Coming to you live from my apartment, it's Rob Has a Podcast. And now here's the guy who's ready to say, oh my heck, yes, time for another season countdown. It's Rob Cisternino. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to our Top 40 season countdown, where we are counting down the 40 best seasons of Survivor. This week, the 22nd best season of Survivor. We're going to be talking about Survivor Marquesas, the Marquesa, season 4 of Survivor. A classic season here tonight to talk about here with you. Very excited. We've got a great panel to talk about it here with us tonight. Here for the first time in the top 40 countdown. Let's welcome in Geneva Guadalupe. Geneva, how are you?
I'm doing great, Rob. Just finished my first year of law school, so I'm glad to celebrate by talking about Survivor. Thank you so much.
Yes. Okay. This is great to talk about this 19-year-old Survivor season here with us tonight. So very excited to have you here, Geneva. Geneva, tell us why Survivor Marquesas? Why did you want to be here to talk about season 4?
Well, I think that it is a monumental season. I think first and foremost, we see a lot of game-changing moments in terms of how people perceive Survivor. First and foremost, I think we start to see a lot more strategy in comparison to, I guess, the survival mode. And it's also, I think, a very monumentous season in terms of diversity, in terms of Survivor, with Vecepia winning and being the first Black winner and only Black woman winner. So I think that that's very important. And there's just an all-star cast, and we get some greats, unfortunately, that we don't see a lot of them return. But I look forward to talking all about that.
Good. Looking forward to it. Thanks for being here tonight, Geneva. And I am very excited to have this woman back with us on the countdown. Way back when we talked about Survivor heroes versus healers versus hustlers. And now she's back. Please welcome our chief Amazing Race correspondent, Jessica Leese. Jess, how are you?
Hey, Rob. I was going to bring treats for everybody for this podcast, but I didn't get around to it. So I have this mint that I've had in my mouth. I barely used it. It's really good. If you guys want it, I'll just pass it around.
You're going to give us a piece of candy from your mouth?
Yeah. I mean, it's really good, guys. I barely licked it.
You might lose my jury vote there. I'm sorry.
Okay. Well, I appreciate you trying. It's no creme brulee, if you ask me. All right. Jess, excited to have you back with us. I didn't know you were a big Marquesas person.
Well, as I think a lot of day one Survivor watchers have deep affection, especially for all of the early seasons. But I think Marquesas is a really interesting one because I think, as Geneva notes, it's the birth of strategy the way that we know it now. Like there's some really interesting ways that the game gets flipped on its head that we had not seen up to this point. And I feel like without this season, you don't get a lot of what happens after it, and I know, Rob, without you, we don't get a lot of what happens after it, but this like predates you. This is like, there's some proto-Cesternino moments.
Well, this was formative for me as a viewer.
I'm sure.
Marquesas. Yeah. So there's a lot here. This is, always been one that I've enjoyed. I loved watching it. And it's always fun to go back and look at Survivor Marquesas. So excited to talk about it here tonight. Just, were you at the finale for this one?
I was not at the finale for this one, but during the day, I had been walking in Central Park because I worked in Midtown at the time, and I went for a walk in Central Park. I walked by the rink and I saw it all set up, and I was like, man, I should come back here and try to crash it.
Yeah.
And the reason I did not was because it was the one time in my life that I actually had someone in my real life that I was watching Survivor with and was talking about Survivor with. The guy I was dating at the time, we were watching it together every week, and I was like, I might not be able to get a hold of him because he didn't have a cell phone. I couldn't call him and tell him, yeah, I'm going to the finale, meet me there. So I had to go over to his house and watch it, and I did not crash the finale, but that is fine because I heard it was freezing and nobody had a good time.
Yeah. All right. Well, we'll talk about a wild finale to Survivor Marquesas. A lot to talk about here as we talk about the oldest season so far on the countdown here of the top 40 seasons. Of course, we will start this conversation tonight. We'll get to your feedback questions, but there are always way more questions than we can answer in just one podcast. That's why we started doing a patron feedback show. So over the weekend, we will continue this discussion about Survivor Marquesas. We want there to be zero holes in our coverage, and that's why over the weekend we will get into our patron feedback show, which we do every week. Real treat for you. Miles Nye and Noah Naman are going to join us. That's going to be on Saturday. And of course, you can catch that in our patron podcast feed that you get when you become a patron of Rob Has a Podcast at robhasawebsite.com/patron. Okay. Let's talk a little bit about Survivor Marquesas. I guess the place to start here with this is probably always in terms of V and what was there on the screen in her game. And the couple of times that I've gone back to watch Survivor Marquesas, that the thing that jumps out to me is that, V is actually really good in her confessionals where, she does tell us like on the screen, one of her catchphrases is basically like, too much drama. She wants things to be, calm and nice. And she doesn't really love all of the fighting, but she gets some good zingers in there, and I think that the story of V being like not so great in the confessionals or not being a good narrator is definitely a false narrative.
I agree. I was saying I feel like Vecepia kind of leads the season in terms of getting us through the entire thing. I mean, when we see in the early pre-merge, I mean, Maramu goes to all these tribals and then she switches over. I feel like she's really giving us the story. I think where maybe production and editing failed was showing a lot of her strategy when some of the big moves were made. I think we heard a lot from maybe Kathy or Sean or Rob, but we didn't hear a lot from what Vecepia was thinking. We heard a lot of what she was thinking in terms of when it came to about herself, about her upbringing, about her family. I feel like we got to know her well, but I think when it came to her gameplay, they kind of cut a lot of that content out. So I think that's maybe why some viewers might have thought that she was a boring winner, but in reality, I thought she was a very captivating and interesting winner.
Yeah, I agree. She's definitely not a boring person. She's got, like, we've had people on Survivor, and I would say we've even had winners on Survivor who have not been dynamic in front of the camera, and they've not been interesting to watch. And she's certainly an interesting person, and I don't think that her invisibility is for lack of material, for sure. And there's a confessional that I think we're going to talk about quite a bit, like in the very last episode, on the last day, they show this confessional of her talking about like her philosophy as far as the game goes. And it's like, why didn't we get that? It was clearly not shot on that day. Why didn't we get that earlier? Why isn't that a thing for her? And I think I have a theory on why we didn't get the story of the winner so much as the story of like one particular other contestant and why they lost. And I think the overall problem this season is that, and we're also going to talk about this, I'm sure. Nalia says on the Final Tribal Council, she didn't start playing the game until day 24.
Yeah.
And the fact of the matter is, V is right there in some of the early decisions, but the trajectory that gets V to the finals and the trajectory that gets everybody else in the finals who's there, that doesn't really start until that day 24. And the problem with telling the story of V is that she kind of picks up on a story arc that's already coming in without her. And in order to tell the whole story as one season, you have to tell the story of why Kathy lost rather than why Vecepia won, because the pieces that get going kind of start at that tribal swap, and Vecepia is not a part of the conversation that leads to her win ultimately until that last moment. And I think it's hard to say, well, here's these other three people that came in and then she worked with those people then, but what's she doing before that really has a huge impact. There's a whole chunk of time there where she doesn't have to do anything, and that makes it hard to tell her story as a season-wide arc. That said, there's never a point where she doesn't know exactly what's going on with every person at every time, and as much as the editing hides that, you can't escape it. She's always aware. She almost never votes incorrectly. She knows who's doing what, when, and who's working with whom in a very astute way that I think almost no winners have been able to duplicate to that level.
Do you think that Vecepia's game would be more celebrated now? Now, I think it certainly would be from the diversity aspect of her being a Black woman winner of the show. I think that would definitely be celebrated even more now than it was back in season 4. But in terms of like what she was doing, do we think that are people smarter about the game where that people would have really appreciated more of what she was doing?
Well, there's really only about 4 people that are actively playing the game this season, Rob.
Mm-hmm.
And I think as we're breaking down like move by move, we'll get into that. But I think it's true that people would appreciate what she's doing a little bit better with the idea that everybody comes into the game playing the game. Mm-hmm. And I think she brings in a toolkit that she can still use, where a lot of people that have won in those early seasons probably couldn't step in with that same level of knowledge and that same level of game skill and that same strategic approach and get very far. I mean, we saw it in Winners at War. We saw a lot of the old school players go out very early because they were just out of their depth. I don't think Vecepia would have been out of her depth. And again, it is criminal that they didn't even ask her.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Geneva, Vecepia had like a sound strategy that she stuck to for the entire 39 days of the game, which is a lot more than we could say for most of the other players who are out there.
Yeah, she stayed out of the drama. And honestly, for a lot of these players, especially, I'd say late pre-merge and early merge, the reason so many people went out was because they started drama. I don't think it makes sense to tell someone you don't like them. I don't think that's the best strategy. I don't think, calling people out on, them lying, without any potential backlash, I think is the best, game move to make sure that you're not voted out. And so I think she really did what was best for her. I know that it did bother Rob and Sean a bit that she was being more social, with the Rotu core 4, I guess I'll call them. And she, was being nice to everybody. But I think the thing is it's the game. So you have to, be nice to people to an extent. So, so she's not at the bottom of the totem pole. They were, a minority group that came in to join this tribe at the switch. So she did her best to integrate herself into the tribe so she wasn't looked at. And we heard a lot of people were like, okay, we're going to go after Rob and Sean next because they weren't contributing to what was going on the tribe. So I think she was playing it right, and staying out of the drama, I think, was the best thing for her, because then I guess people didn't really have apparent reasons really to target her, and she was doing work and contributing around the tribe. Although there was once she was voted when she got those 2 votes for apparently not contributing. So I don't know if we didn't see stuff in the edit, and that's where I think I was a little bit confused. But otherwise, I feel like she, I think, had the right strategy of going in there and being social and forming bonds with people. But and I think that looking at her game and translating it to now kind of what you were mentioning earlier, I do think that people would respect her game more now, because I think strategy has become a huge part of this game. But people were really focusing on honesty and loyalty, which I think is important. But I think also it's a game, so you probably will have to lie to some extent to win the game.
Jess, this is something that came across to me as I was finishing up my rewatch this season. Do you agree with the statement that Survivor Marquesas is a season where people really did not like each other?
Yeah, it's really, on the rewatch, it was apparent how very personally everybody took it. I don't think they necessarily didn't like each other. I think the problem was they did like each other, and nobody came in there thinking it was a game. Like, so few people came in there actively playing that when somebody did play, people got very very upset about it because they are all here to make friends. They call themselves the Love Tribe from day one. And whenever somebody steps out of line and, kind of bucks the idea of what everybody thought they were going to do and steps out of those expectations, it's taken as this horrible personal slight. And you have these scenes where it's like something very, very mild that absolutely everybody in a modern season would be doing from day one. Somebody does something as simple as, having a conversation with somebody not in their alliance, and everybody just like goes nuts over it. And it is hard to watch people taking things that personally and getting that involved in what should be a game of strategy. And I think because there hadn't been that much open strategy up to this point, it was not an issue in the first 3 seasons. And then you get here and you have people that don't know how to deal with it. Past that point, you really do know what you're getting into for the most part. I'm sure there were people in the next few seasons that felt like they were being personally wounded if they were voted out in the wrong place. But here, every single person feels like they were wronged on a human level to be ejected from the game. And it's wild to watch that. I don't know if it's a deep dislike for each other personally. It's just like the betrayals hit harder, I think.
So this is interesting. So Geneva, we see Gabriel says he has like this social experiment of like, can we build this society out here? Could 8 people build this society? And ultimately it does become Rotu, which does become a love tribe. But do you think that the love tribe is an experiment which goes terribly wrong, where if you build a love tribe, it can only have tragic results on Survivor?
I think that in this case, it doesn't necessarily work that well. And it was very weird to me because I think when we finally saw, for example, like Rob and Sean and Vecepia finally joined, everyone's like, they brought the game into our our space and all this sort of stuff. And they were complaining about how the game was here. And I'm just like, I mean, this is the game. This is Survivor. So you're here to play the game. I mean, part of it is surviving, and that is a huge aspect, hence the name. But also a huge part of this game is voting people out so you can make it to the end. And I think because they had this huge winning streak, they really didn't have to worry about strategy. So I think we're just like, we all get along well. We're all finding food. We all work hard. We all have these things in common. It's great. It's wonderful. And so everyone feels great about it. But then I think, people like Gabe kind of have weird sense of reality where he's like, well, I don't want to play the game. I'm not here to play the game. But then it's like, what are you here for? Because that's what everyone else is here for. So I think that's where it becomes challenging, because it's like, yeah, sure, it's great that you want to see if you can survive, but we've also seen a couple seasons where people manage to survive, so we know that it works. But it is a question of, what was your intention of going on the show, if you're not here to play the game to win the money.
Yeah.
There are at least 3 people on this show, and Gabe is one of them. Gabe is the most obvious example. But there are at least 3 people that came on this show basically personally against every single thing that the show is actually about, which is completely wild to me. Like, not just to have one person on there who sticks out as an oddity, but you also have somebody like a Hunter who comes in and is not really about the game. And you have Pascal, who makes it all the way to the final 4 with no strategy whatsoever, and almost this idea that any kind of strategy would be wrong. And it's like, no, that's kind of why you're here. It is a game. And he's just like, no, I'm not playing the game at all.
Yeah. It's interesting because this is the 4th season. I think that they go and play this. I think that they had seen maybe a couple of episodes of Survivor Africa. And I'm not even sure if they saw much beyond the premiere, because I think they filmed this in October or November of 2001, which is right when so they're filming in November of 2001. Mm-hmm. So Survivor Africa is going to launch. So they basically have only seen 2 seasons and like an episode or 2 of the show, so their opinions about what Survivor is are very in the very the infancy of the show.
Yeah, we actually, I mathed this out a little bit earlier today because I was curious. They would have seen no later than episode 4 of Africa. So
because they didn't know about the swap.
They didn't know about the swap. I confirmed that. I fact checked this because I want to give a shout out to Jeff Pittman, who rewatched Marquesas last summer and wrote these incredibly detailed breakdown analysis articles of each episode that I found really invaluable as I was trying to figure out where my thoughts were on it. And I asked him today, as a fact check, how far did they get into this? And we concluded that it was the swap episode aired 4 days before actual day 1 of Marquesas. And we know they were out there for a long time before that. So
that this is getting a little in the weeds, but I feel like it was Halloween week of October of 2001 when that episode aired, because I remember where I was, but that's a story for another time. Geneva, what's your original experience with this show? I would have to imagine that were you old enough to be watching it in the real time?
My parents were never really huge fans of reality TV, so I was not watching Marquesas or any show or Big Brother or anything like that in real time. I'd say I started watching reality TV shows, at least competition reality TV, probably about 12, 13 years ago or so, maybe, or something like that. So that's kind of where I've always got intrigued. I saw these commercials that would pop up on my screen from CBS, and I was like, let me see what this is about. And then I just got really interested in, social strategy. It just became something that I became just very intrigued by. And then, as you know, Rob, I did a college Survivor during my master's program at Syracuse last year. So, and I've played in some, mini org games over the past, I guess, 14 months or so. So that's kind of been, my experience with, that's when I kind of just started watching different seasons of Survivor and Big Brother and other shows like that. And that's kind of how I became interested and intrigued.
And then at what point did you watch Survivor Marquesas?
So I watched Marquesas, a couple years ago, and then I really enjoyed it. And so when I heard that was this was going on, I decided, well, I think this would be a really interesting season to talk about, especially considering how much I think, the game starts to evolve at this point, and where Survivor becomes to be a bit more about strategy than about the survival aspect.
Jess, had you ever gone back to Marquesas since it originally aired?
Yeah, 1 or 2 other times over the years, because it's always been a favorite of mine, just because of the emergent strategy and because of the big personalities. And so I had a job where I was commuting above ground for about a year, and on my commute, I would watch. They had all the old seasons on YouTube and these little tiny grainy things. So I would watch on my tiny phone. That would have been about 10 years ago was the last time I had revisited it until this past couple of weeks.
Okay, so how did it play for you on this rewatch?
On this rewatch, there was a lot of stuff that obviously did not age very well, but I had started watching it. And then when I'd heard when we were doing this, I kind of did in my head, I'm like, this is way, way earlier than we should be talking about Marquesas. That seems weird to me. This is a top 5 season for me. And everyone I have talked to has always thought very highly of it. So I was like, oh, am I missing out on something that's really horrible that I should have remembered? And yeah, there's a lot of really questionable things in here, and a lot of people who we would not be celebrating quite as hard if this same material had aired today. But overall, it's still pretty entertaining, and these people are still pretty great personalities, and the story, it's different to watch now because I've had the experience of watching, 36 additional seasons since I first saw it. And so I'm primed now to look at the editing and in a way that I wasn't then. And that kept me entertained as well. like knowing how badly the editors screwed up on telling the story of what was really happening, I was primed to look for all of the hints.
Yeah.
And try to find what is the story they're actually trying to tell here, and kind of put my Jonathan Penner hat on. And that in itself made it fun to watch.
Yeah, I really enjoyed going back and watching Marquesas this week. And you know that a lot of people really love Vanuatu, which we watched last week, which wasn't my favorite thing that we've watched. And I really am just trying to like do some like deep thinking on this. And I wonder, just because where after this season, this is the last full season that I'm going to consume as a fan before I go out and then kind of see how the sausage is made. So I do think that the show loses some magic for me, but I feel like that this is like a primo spot for me just as a consumer of Survivor, where that I'm just like living and dying with the show every single week. And I feel like a lot of that really, comes back for me in a way where that, yes, there are important things that happen in the game, but there is also like episodes where there's not that much going on. And I just enjoy spending time with these people.
Yeah, there's a stretch of about 4 episodes where you know exactly what's going to happen. And even at the time, we all knew what was going to happen. And it's still okay to watch it. It's still fun to be with these people and hang out with them without necessarily thinking about what it all means in the grand scheme of the season.
Yeah. Geneva, the big strategic moment that happens in the season, the fall of the Rotu 4 at the final 9. Do you feel like is that presented in epic fashion on the show, or do you feel like that has become more of a legendary story than anything that is really in terms of experiencing it on the show?
I mean, I think that in terms of the show, I do wish a bit more, like kind of we were talking about like Vecepia earlier. I do wish like we kind of saw what her involvement was. It was kind of like Sean was just like, yeah, me and V and you, Kathy, if we can get, Nalia and Pascal to join us. But then it kind of bothered me that like Pascal was like, well, I don't want to work with V or Sean. And I'm like, well, why don't you? Like, and then it really took this challenge where they noticed that they were not a priority to the Rotu 4 for them to decide to join the others. So I think maybe for some people, they found the season less exciting because this happened. And basically, vote after vote after vote, we were seeing, the Rotu 4 disappear. But personally, I connected more with I think the Maramu people as a whole than I did with the Rotu people. And I don't know if that was mostly just because we got to know them better because they were at, tribal earlier in the season. But for some reason, I guess I've always liked this, like the story of the underdogs or the minority alliance always, taking out the, the big players. And I think the people that I was intrigued with the season, those are the people who basically made it to the end. So I was really happy and content with that. But I think that it could be, maybe a distant memory for some, but I do think it is something that is important as we continue to see, strategy throughout Survivor.
Yeah, Jess, the rise and fall of John in particular is such a fun arc to watch on the show. And ultimately, it's going to be him that goes down at that final 9 vote with the coconut shop. I happened to look up his quarantine questionnaire, which are always fun to, and I wish I did it more regularly as I'm going through these. But I wanted to see his in particular. And did you happen to read his quarantine questionnaire?
Yes. Are we about to talk about the fact that he got busted taking an aqua dump and reprimanded, and then he blames Tammy for ratting him out because he does not let up on this, and it's pretty clear he's still holding a grudge 20 years later.
That wasn't where I was going, but it is an interesting part of his story. But what he says in his quarantine questionnaire is that he says that the producers took him very far away from the camp for an interview that day. And that is basically alleging that, the deck was stacked against him that day, where that they brought him far enough away from the camp where those 5 had the opportunity to conspire against him and take him out in that moment. And I just, I was thinking about this where if you're the production, this is on its way to being a very boring season with your final four of John, Tammy, the General, and Zoe.
It's true.
They might have saved the franchise.
I think there's two sliding doors scenarios where Survivor dies a horrible quick death. And one of them is the Rotu 4 just run roughshod over everybody else. Yeah. And whether or not production had anything to do with it, I do think that what John is talking about is a little bit hinky, but I also think that in the moment, production's not thinking a lot on their feet based on a lot of the other very hastily added things that are in here. Like this season from a planning perspective was already a mess. I don't know that they really had the wherewithal to throw other things into the mix. That's one of the places where I feel like one of the four of them wins in that very predictable way. We don't have Survivor anymore. I also think Hunter Ellis wins. We don't have Survivor anymore.
Oh, really?
Because we had a whole group of people, and I mean, I know we're talking about the Rotu 4 here. I don't want to go too far down this path because I think we're going to double back. But there's a whole subset of people in here that think that the show is still about survival and about working hard at camp and about finding the food and about leadership. And you got this guy in here, and he was my winner pick back in 2002. I was like, oh, that guy, he's Probst bait. He's good looking. He's got survival skills. We didn't even know what that
was yet. Yeah.
We didn't even know what that was, but we kind of had the inkling like, oh, he's kind of in the Colby mold. I see why he was cast. And I now I'm watching this back. I'm watching the first few episodes and I'm like, this guy had zero game. And there was a possibility that he's just so good looking and charming and good at the challenges that people could have just let him run things. And if that happens, this is a boring show and we lose. But I also think if the Rotu 4 are the only people playing the game, it's I don't know what's worse, if nobody is playing the game or if two people are playing the game.
Yeah.
You had John and to a lesser extent Tammy who were playing the game, and they thought they were going to be the only people that came in and played the game, and they were not, and that's why the season is great. If they come in and they're the only ones playing and they win, then it's a terrible season.
Yeah, it seems like that the key to the flip there was like getting the light bulb to go off for Pascal and Nalia at the final 9, where Kathy sort of like senses her position on the outs, and Sean and V certainly know where they stand. But really with the coconut chop challenge sort of like shines the light for Pascal and Nalia in a way where in that, I think, same episode, Pascal is like, well, I'm happy that, if John wins the game, I'm happy and I'm invested in his success. So it really is like such a huge moment. Geneva, do you think that there's anything to John Carroll's theory that he might have been taken astray so that there would be enough time for this plan to come together?
Maybe, but no, I feel like it was bound to happen. I feel like John really made himself a huge presence, and I feel like he was clearly the biggest threat at that point in the game. So I just think that he would have been the obvious target at that point. So I don't think necessarily that maybe producer manipulation could have been the reason he went home. Maybe it had an influence, but I don't think it's as big of an influence as he might be alluding to. I think that from what we've seen, it seemed like, Sean has had this, thought for a while after we saw that huge altercation between, him, John and Rob. And then, he knows where he stands in the game and knows that he needs to do something to, fix his destiny, because he's like, well, I'm not going to kiss people's butt in this game, but I don't want to go out of this game without trying. So I felt like at that point it was bound to happen. And then I think just additionally in general, I do find it interesting that, and I think we'll talk about this even more in the final, like when we talk about the final 2 specifically, but like, Nalea, and when we see like Vecepia, they're criticized for, I guess, turning on that side, when in reality, it's like they were not a priority for the Rotu 4. So it just seemed really hypocritical to me that, people were criticizing their gameplay and for deciding to do something like this, for example, when in reality it's like, well, they would have been gone otherwise. And for some reason, Nile and Pascal were already kind of like, yeah, we'll take 5th and 6th. That's okay. So yeah.
Mm. Yeah, it looks to be like when you zoom out and you look at it just from a pure logic standpoint, if you have one group of 4 and the one group of 4 says, we're going to join up with this group of 3 and take out this other group of 3. If you're in one of those groups of 3, you would be an idiot not to look at it and say, oh, well, if it's going to be your group of 4 and my group of 3 against this other group of 3, why can't it be my group of 3 and that group of 3 against you? And it was kind of crazy making that these scenarios had happened before and people weren't looking at it that way. So it was very fun, I thought, to see that light go on. And I think that as viewers, we have that happen. I think we've talked about Plan Voodoo is another one of those instances where the first time they introduce an idol that works the way that modern community idols work, I think just about every viewer that thought about it on that deep level was like, oh, well, why don't you just have a false target and get the person to play their idol thinking they're going to be voted out? And it takes another season for Cowboy to come up with it and nobody to do it. And then a few seasons later, everybody's doing it all the time. And this is one of those, this is the really earliest version of that where you're looking at it and you're saying, oh, well, you need to take the 2 minority groups and put them together to make the majority group and take out the dominant group of 4 because, it's Culpeper math, right?
Yeah. It's also very interesting to think about it this way because the last time that I watched Survivor Marquesas, when Josh and I did the evolution strategy, this hadn't really been sort of developed as a concept yet. But Survivor Marquesas is kind of like a voting block season where that it's a season where there are duos everywhere, and it's like, okay, your 2 and my 2, and then let's pick up this other person. Okay, then we have 5. Even the Rotu 4 seemed like that. It was John and Tammy, and between Rob and Sarah and Gina and Hunter, it was just everywhere you looked in this season, it was just duos. And now if you think about it, it's more of a voting blocks dynamic in this season. So it's interesting that this season ended up turning out that way.
Yeah, it's amazing that it didn't take very long for that sort of thing to start developing. We think of it as a later thing, but it was already happening. And I think, especially considering that this is only 3 seasons removed from the first season where people were saying it was immoral to form an alliance, it's amazing that we got to this point already. But it's also, on another level, you look at it, it's like, well, duh, that's how you're supposed to play it. You can't take everybody in your alliance with you to the end. You can't always have a tight majority. So you have to look at who are the people you want with you long term and who are the people that you can work with along the way. It's kind of amazing that that's not how it's always been played.
Yeah. I think it's an underreported story, also Survivor Marquesas, of just how bad the conditions are. I think that people think of Marquesas just at first blush of oh, it's beachy, it's a lush tropical location, kind of how we think of Fiji now. But this was a very unforgiving location. It just happens to come on the heels of Survivor Africa, which might have been maybe the toughest conditions that we've seen Survivor players have to endure for 39 days. Geneva, after this rewatch of Survivor Marquesas, that I'm all on board with. They want to do 26-day Survivor season, 28-day Survivor season. It's fine. I mean that they're all telling us in day 34, we're just counting the hours, waiting for this to be over. Every day we go to sleep and we're one day closer to being home. Pascal passes out on his feet, and they lose the will to move at points.
Yeah, honestly, I think that just as long as we get the gameplay, I'm all for a shorter season. I feel like because Survivor has evolved more into this social strategy game rather than being a focus on survival, I don't think that there's necessarily a huge need to have 39 days. Yeah, I'm sure a lot of people just to stick to the status quo and every season basically is about that amount of time. So that's kind of what I want to continue to see. But, I think it seems also like there's a lot of considerable downtime and I think, the way the show seems to be structured, it's when someone's immunity, they're here for another 3 days. So there's just this continuous cycle that keeps going on. So I think just as long as we get the strategy and we get the gameplay, I'm all for it, because it really looked like these people were struggling. And sure, that is part of the game, but I don't want to see people having to be medevaced or have to go to the hospital or have that sort of situation at the expense of being there for 39 days.
I have 900 million thoughts about the location, and I don't know how many of them you want right now, but yeah, Marquesas is an absolutely beautiful place.
Have you been there?
I have not been there. My company goes there.
Yes.
So it's something I've been a little bit steeped in, like all things French Polynesia, for a fair amount of time at my job. You have to learn a little bit about, like, why would you go there as a tourist? And I always thought this was one of the more beautiful seasons. I think the landscapes are amazing, and it sure seems like they have a lot of food. Like, they have a lot of variety of food anyway. But I think there's a couple of things that contribute to the environment's harshness, and some of them are production's own fault. I think the underreported story here is that Marquesas was never supposed to be a Survivor location in the first place.
Yeah.
And initially they were going to film this season in Jordan, and okay, what a crap show that would have been in the middle of the desert. Like, coming off of having to give people IVs in the middle of Survivor Africa, they're going to go to the desert. Okay. So 9/11 kind of scuttled that plan, and they had to come up with another location on the fly. They picked the Marquesas. There are all of these bureaucratic issues that they do not have the time to sort out. And so there's a lot of winging it. There's a lot of challenges and rewards that kind of feel very improvised. And one of the reasons,
like kite flying.
Yeah, kite flying is one of them. Yes. I love the kite flying. Honestly, I thought it looked really fun. It probably didn't make the best TV, but a lot of these challenges seem like they'd be fun to do. But the rewards in particular, like the actual things they're giving people, a few seasons later, you're spending the night in a spa and getting like 2 meals. And here you are getting 1 Snickers bar, and you have to go by yourself to go scuba diving. And there's like 2 actual meals that people get to eat as individual reward challenges, which is, in modern Survivor, it's every single reward challenge is a meal.
Yeah.
And one of those meals, and I'm sure we're going to talk about like what the implications of this from a strategic standpoint. One of those meals is on a cruise ship. That's not just a random cruise ship. That is the cruise ship that they chartered to be the Ponderosa. So it's like it's like the Survivor Tiki Bar in season 1 that they just sort of built it. They're like, oh crap, we got to give them something. Let's just take them out to dinner, and we'll serve them some stuff on a fancy plate from our craft services table, and we'll pretend it's a fancy cruise ship. It's not. It's the Ponderosa boat. And there's a lot of this sort of, they just figure, we'll deal with the harsh elements, and they didn't quite account for, it's like peak bug season, and there's going to be incredible humid heat. At a certain point, like, people are going to be doing their confessionals lying down because it's too much effort to get up.
Yeah.
And it seems like there could have been a successful location centric Survivor Marquesas season. You just couldn't do it on a couple of months' notice the way they did. And so I think a lot of their harsh environment they brought on themselves.
Yeah, poor planning on the part of the production. Let's take a look and go back to the beginning of the season, and then talk our way through everything that went on in Survivor Marquesas. So much of the season, Geneva, is based on that this season is going to be back to the beach, that they're really highlighting that, which is crazy that they went all in on back to the beach, considering that they were about to do a season in Jordan.
Yeah, I don't know. I guess they just were trying to pretend that, some people probably didn't know. I don't know. Maybe they just were like, yeah, we're going back to the beach. But then I think even so, they were just like, we're going to literally go back to the basics. They were like, you're not being given any food. You're not getting any rations. You're having like 2 machetes, 2 cooking pots, 2 empty water containers, like a frying pan, a magnifying glass. So it's like, not only are we back to the beach, but we're going to make you survive, or, try to survive.
Did somebody, watch the dailies on Survivor Africa? Be like, these players have it too easy. Ratchet it up. Not hard enough.
Yeah, well, I think I feel like in my head, and now that I've watched it back, I realize how wrong I was. In my head, I felt like Africa was always by far the toughest one. Mm-hmm. And that they actually, it seemed to me that they were ratcheting it back a little bit to go to Marquesas. And it doesn't seem like that's actually true. I think people were doing just as badly in Marquesas. But I think one of the popular cultural conceptions of Survivor at the time was these people slept on the beach and ate rats. And then you had 2 whole seasons where there was no beach. And it's like, oh, we're losing viewers steadily, which is, we're never going to get the same viewership numbers we got for Australian Outback. We need to capture some of the lightning in a bottle that was the first season. Maybe the thing was, we shouldn't have left the beach. Let's go back to the beach. And I think there was also kind of an element of sour grapes there. It's like, oh, well, we can't shoot where we wanted to shoot, so let's just embrace what this is. And it's this tropical locale. It's going to be very lush and very beautiful. And people will remember the whole thing about, being on the sand and in the water, and you got your swimsuits. And I think, yeah, I really feel like you never leave the beach after this. Not entirely. There's a couple of seasons where they try to frame it more culturally, but you never escape the correlation of Survivor and beach after this moment.
Okay. I know Geneva said that she prefers Maramu to Rotu. Do you have a favorite tribe?
I think Maramu 2.0 is probably the sweet spot for me.
The sweet pea spot. Yeah,
the sweet pea spot. And rewatching it, a lot of these people are really much more annoying than I remember.
Mm-hmm.
But
like who?
Like, I related to Nalia a lot because I was the same age as Nalia. And watching it was like, you very rarely saw a young woman in this era of Survivor make it really far.
Yeah.
And she was a little bit sheltered, and she was kind of naive, and she was on this great adventure, and she was the youngest person there. And I would never have wanted to be on this show, but if I had been cast, that would have been my spot. And I felt like she was looking up to people in an interesting way, but also trying to figure out how to play her own game. And so I liked her from day one. But then you have this moment where the tribes swap, and it's like, oh, we'll put all of the strong people that are good at everything on this team, and then we'll put the 3 young women and the 2 oldest people left in the game on the other team.
Mm-hmm.
And you look at those and it's like, oh, these people are just going to lose every challenge and get picked off one by one. And it's going to be just a bloodbath. And you feel so protective of them in that moment. You want these people to go further, and you feel for them because they just got screwed in the worst possible way. And everybody loves an underdog. And so then to look back on it and see, oh, that tribe of people that should have been decimated. It should have been like no merge. It should have been like a oolong merge. There's 3 of the final 4 on that tribe. That is crazy to me. And it's such a great arc. And watching it back again, I loved it. And it crushed me every time they had to lose someone from that tribe. Like that Gina vote out is just brutal. It's so sad because they love each other. They've made friends. They've made the best of this terrible situation. And now they're going to lose somebody that they've really connected with. It was sad.
Yeah. Yeah, those are some fun episodes. Again, there's not a ton of strategy that's going on, but there's a lot of camp life in, especially in the pre-merge, that you get to just spend time with all these characters. Just an interesting note on Nalia. I'm reading on the Survivor Wiki. If anybody wants to feel really old today, that Nalia made history when she was the first castaway to be born in the 1980s to compete on Survivor.
Yep, the first one who was younger than me.
Yeah, non-zero chance that there will be a contestant on Survivor 41 that was born after the show started airing in 2000.
Yeah, that makes me feel extremely old.
Yeah, so that could be in the running. I was no, Michael Yerger, I don't think was quite born when the show started. I don't think anybody has that distinction yet of being born after the show started airing. But I'm sure if I'm wrong, I'll be corrected with great mentions on Twitter.
There will 100% be one of those people in season 41.
Yeah. So they weren't even born when the show started, but now they're here.
Yeah, and we will know it because Jeff will never let it go.
You know, watching this back, we have an all-female final 3 in this season. I feel like that never really gets talked about. I know that we talk about the all-women final 4 in Micronesia sometime later, but this is the first time we're going to have 2 women in the final 2. Geneva, I feel like that this is something that people don't really talk about with Marquesas.
Yeah, and I think it's something that's really important to highlight. I think it's amazing that, I think we have a lot of, strong male or perceivably strong male characters in this season with, people like, John and, Rob, or I guess you could say even Gabriel, he was considered a huge contributor to his tribe, Hunter, et cetera, et cetera. But it's like, these people, they didn't make it there. They didn't make it there. They were taken out by these women who played this game super well, but then unfortunately I think a lot of their games got discredited by the jury because people felt that Nalia and Vecepia can't be religious but also cutthroat in the game. And I think that's kind of also where we see that distinction of people would say it's a game and they're like, oh, well, you played a better game than me, but then I really deserve to be at the end because I didn't lie or whatever. But I think overall we did see really strong characters, like even Kathy, Kathy, she went through so much this season. At first, I was honestly kind of annoyed with Kathy. Kind of like how people, I think, were rubbed the wrong way with her on Rotu in terms of, what her demands and what she would want and stuff like that. But I really grew to love her in terms of, how she was playing the game, how she carried herself. And I think that with this season, there are so many great women that unfortunately we never really see again. Like, I really have wanted to see, Vecepia, or even to see how other women, even maybe I know Tammy works for NBC and stuff, so maybe that's
I think not anymore. I think she has gotten out the game. Yeah.
Right. But I guess, Nalia, people like that, I think it would be interesting to see how she would play, now. There are just so many great women and just overall characters who came, or contestants that came from the season that I feel like, made it intriguing and special that we never got to see again. And I think that's quite disappointing.
Geneva, you brought up religion also, and just this is also an interesting season in terms of just the amount of talk about religion that there is in this season is somewhat unusual, especially in the early seasons of Survivor. Really, it comes up a lot, and as we get into the 20s between Matt Elrod and then also in South Pacific. But this is interesting that a lot of the contestants have very strong relationships with their spirituality, notably V and Sean, but also Nalia and Peter. And it comes up, quite a bit throughout the season about people talking about their relationships with God.
Yeah, but it's also, I think you don't get away with this now without putting a lampshade on it, but I think 20 years ago it was a little bit easier to do. And of course, every season of Survivor back in those days, and every season of every reality show, would cast at least one person who was coming in there with religion kind of forming the core of their personality. Like you had Dirk in season 1.
Yeah.
And it's horrible and cynical that they're gonna let someone, like, they're bringing someone in to cause friction because of their personal religious beliefs. And it's kind of awful that Survivor used to cast people who were outspoken about religion because they were hoping someone would call them on it. And I think they still kind of do that, and it hasn't gotten any better, guys. Maybe don't do that. But it's almost refreshing that instead of it causing a rift at any point, it brought people together. And like, you had a couple of people that were upset by it at the end of the game, but you saw people connecting over it much more than you saw it ripping people apart. And I think there were points where people tried to duplicate that. Like, I think Coach, that whole segment where Coach is like using it as kind of a galvanizing agent, he's thinking back to those moments, but you can't force it. You can't just like use it to separate out the people that aren't versus people that are. And I think I liked the moments where people would relate to each other coming from very different backgrounds. Like, I loved Sean and Peter in the first episode. Like, they are very different people who would never meet in real life, and yet they're both very spiritual people, albeit very different types of spirituality, and they come together on that. And I love that it's more a uniter than a divider.
Yeah. And nobody's praying to God to help them find the hidden immunity idol.
Right.
There's no like bastardization of anybody's faith in this season.
Yeah. You see there's a point where like Sean thanks God after he wins the challenge because he has gotten strength from his faith, not because he asked God to help him be better than these other people at the challenge. Mm-hmm. And it's a fine line, but it's such an important line. And nobody is asking for God to help them get better at Survivor. And Vecepia even says like that she doesn't think that, she thinks there's forgiveness involved with that, but she doesn't think that there's not a place for religion in her game. It's just, there's a place for it outside of the game with the relationships she's had. Where she says, I'll need to square this with the people, and I'll need to square it with God, but I don't need to, I can still do this in the game. I don't think that's a problem.
Yeah, and I think religion and prayer also just really helps them get through the environment, not only just dealing with the challenges of the lies and deceit that come in the game, but I think even more so living like, in the Marquesas Islands. Like, it is a very, I guess, challenging experience. A lot of people were really not dealing well with the bugs, or we got lots of injuries. We had lots of challenges. And I think faith is really something that brought a lot of them together and allowed them to, have the strength and the perseverance to get through not only having to deal with what was happening in the game, but just the elements of survival. And I think that's one thing that really was a nice thing to see, that community in some other way. And I think in general, we just saw a lot of these contestants too. They were like, outside of the game, they were a very loving tribe. They were hugging each other. They were kissing each other. They were, always
a lot of kissing in this season. I've never seen any other tribes of survivors kissing each other.
Yeah, so there's a lot of love in a variety of ways. And I think that it was, despite what the game is and despite what people are there for, I think it was good to see.
Yeah. Also, going back and watching this season, that there are also a lot of frank conversations about race that happen in this season. And I think that's very unusual for a Survivor season, especially like in the first 35 seasons of the show, to see race talked about like in a very matter-of-fact way, where Sean and V openly talk about like, what does it mean to be Black and on Survivor? What does it mean to be Black and on television? And how are the other contestants viewing them just by having a relationship or side conversations? And we see that really, culminate in, a very emotional discussion at Tribal Council at the final five. And you also see that there are other contestants who are like indignant when this topic even comes up. If Sean and V mention the fact that they're Black contestants on the show, people get very upset. They say like, oh, why do they even have to talk about that? It's very interesting. I mean, this is a show that aired in 2002.
Yeah, there's a scene in episode 2 where you have Sean and V having this conversation where they say, everybody over there is bonding and they're not aware of the thing that they have in common, and we can't ever stop being aware of it.
Mm-hmm.
And I thought, that fits right in with the conversations that like Jamal was having, just 2 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
And it's kind of frustrating, like how much we just kind of go around and around in circles. Because you also had a lot of people that would just like, they'd tense up and they say like, I don't see color. It's not it's not an issue for me. And it's like, yeah, it actually is. And maybe it's worth examining.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And I think there were comments made like, no, like I'm not seeing that. And it's like, maybe, or this hasn't been used as a way to vote people out before or used as a strategy before, but it's like, but there's still implicit bias that we see in social strategy games. These games are a reflection of what we see in our society and in our culture. And when you have a cast and you have only 2 Black people, with 16 total people, they're going to stand out. And I think a lot in the season too, I think part of it, I guess, had to do with the fact of maybe how they were interacting with their tribes and what they were doing on their tribes. But even more so, I feel like a lot of what we heard in the narrative was that, like, Sean was lazy. Sean wasn't doing any work. Sean wasn't doing this. He wasn't doing that. They just seemed like people, even though maybe they liked his personality and they got along with him, they just still had, there were just still these, I think, stereotypes or internal thoughts that I think maybe caused them to think another way. And even so, I think when you think about it too, I think Sean, made a great point that, even if they're not necessarily fully aligned, there might be that perception that they are sticking together. Kathy mentions that, oh, they have this bond, there's this perception in culture, et cetera, et cetera. And, I've even played in games where people did not tell me information because they assumed I was aligned to somebody, but that person wasn't remotely my closest ally. Like, I got along with them, but they weren't my closest ally. But because of that perception, and that bias, people might see things, in a different way. So I really appreciated that these discussions were being had. And I mean, I know Vecepia even mentioned herself, like she didn't really feel like, race may have played a part in their game. And I think it was fortunate that we saw both of them make it to final 5 on. But I think it is something to think about when people go on Survivor and you have to make connections and bonds with people. You want to work and align with people who are like you. And if you don't have, and if maybe people are completely different from you and you're trying to find a reason to vote somebody out, the implicit bias might be there. Yeah.
And you hope with the new diversity initiatives of having more Black people of color on the tribes, where it's not like, okay, well, those 2 people are automatically working together, so they are therefore a target because they are must be working with each other. We'll see hopefully less or none of that coming into the future seasons. But Sean and V are able to overcome and they get to the final 5 before ultimately Kathy sides with Pascal and Aaliyah. Going back and watching this season again, though, it's something that I do struggle with. And I've always, since I've watched this season of the show, of, if you are Kathy in that spot, is it fair? Like Sean and V say that, that's not right to assume that we have an alliance. You can't just assume that because we're Black, but they had been working together for 36 days. So from Kathy's perspective, like this is like a really difficult decision that she has to make between siding with Sean and V or siding with Pascal and Aaliyah at that point.
But I see what V is trying to do here, and I think it's a really smart play that she is leaving that door open for Kathy, because that Pascal and Aaliyah are never going to vote for they're never going to vote for each other. Like they're tight. Like there's no way they ever break that bond. And I think there's a point where where Vecepia is saying to Kathy, people are saying that Sean and I are this close bond, but we're voting together, but that doesn't mean we're in this tight alliance to the end. There's something still there. And I think that's the play to make at that point, because you have these other two people out there. But that being said, I thought it was weird that people were constantly accusing Vecepia of flip-flopping, because she and Sean voted together every single time except one time where I'm sure that she knew where he was voting and she wasn't necessarily betraying him. And it was like, they're not, I don't know what you call that if it's not, two people voting together for every single tribal council in which they're both voting. That seems to me like that's not flip-flopping. She never wavered from what she was doing. She didn't betray anybody.
Yeah, I have a few thoughts on this, because that's also, I know that this was going to be one thing that we would discuss. And I think even more so, there was that argument that I guess Vecepia would flip-flop. And I think in terms of even with her votes, like she seemed to vote with whoever, like the core aside, maybe there were like 3 times her votes weren't successful over the course of the entire season. And I tried to compare Sean and Vecepia's votes, and the only time they didn't vote together was with the Rob vote. And she told Rob, hey, I'm voting you out. So, from that, I think from that standpoint, I didn't really understand the idea that, she was, I guess, flip-flopping. But I think also the thing to, keep in mind is I did think that, maybe in one way going with V and Sean still might have been a better option for Kathy at 5, because literally Nalea and Pascal literally said, we are never voting each other out. We are never voting each other out. And I think a lot of the time where, V and Sean were voting together and were aligned with each other was out of necessity. They were never really, in power up until, I guess, the final 9, where they finally got the numbers to really make a move. I mean, I think, on Maramu, they had that 4 where they were able to vote. But when they joined Rotu, they were basically going to be, with Boston Rob, they were going to be the next 3 out. So it's like, what else are they supposed to do? They're gonna have to stick together. And so that's where I think it was more out of necessity necessarily than because of, their identity. And I think that that's also something that probably, wasn't thought about with Kathy. And I also wonder if maybe if she did go down that route and like vote with them, maybe that could have been an instance where either like Sean or V would have cut each other and take Kathy, because the thing is, maybe V also felt betrayed by Kathy that she didn't vote with them at 5. And that's a consideration I thought about.
Yeah, there's a lot there to unpack that I feel like that. One, that I feel like that if I was in Kathy's position, I think I would have gone with Pascal and Nalea also, just because that I would think if I'm Kathy, I have a better chance to win in the challenges against Pascal. Now, ultimately, Nalea will win the final immunity challenge, but Pascal looks like he is not well. So if I have a chance to go to the final 3 with those 2, I feel like that's probably the better case scenario, especially when Sean had just won the final 5 reward challenge. But I think that the issue is that for Sean and V, I don't think that they can approach Kathy together and say, hey, come with us. We're not necessarily going to take each other to the final 2. It has to be either V or Sean who comes to Kathy. And if like Vecepia, who, it seemed like she was the person who is most likely to cut deals, because we see her cut a deal with Kathy at 4 and then immediately swing back and cut a deal with Nalea at 3. If she says to Kathy at 5, like, hey, like, vote with me and Sean, but like between us, then we cut Sean at 4. Let's go. And then we take Pascal to the end. It's me, you, and Pascal in the final 3. Like, I feel like that Kathy would have been open to potentially doing that. But I think that when it's the it's like the two twosomes are both recruiting her, it's hard for a twosome to say we're not working together and vote with us.
Yeah, that would have earned Vecepia's reputation as a flip-flopper, I think.
Whereas, but I think it would have been, it would have been brilliant. I love it. Oh, yeah. I love it more. I love it more. But I mean, for Kathy, I think it ultimately does end up like she ends up in a pretty like desirable situation where she does end up by the final 3, ending up splitting up the 2 pairs between Pascal goes out on the purple rock and Sean goes out at 5. And so she ends up in a final 3. Unfortunately, though, it's really that Kathy is looked at as the person who's expendable because she ended up coming across as a flip-flopper to Pascal and Nalia, where Nalia and Vecepia both have no loyalty to Kathy.
Well, one of the things in Survivor, I think, is an underreported piece of your toolbox to win the game, no matter who you are, is how you work with the hand you're dealt. Mm-hmm. And how you work to make yourself come across to people given the circumstances you're in. And Vecepia was playing from the bottom for most of the game. And she was kind of in this ironclad alliance by necessity. But I think the thing she did really well was figure out, like, okay, within this group, how do I have to be perceived? And so she made herself like the smallest target of the 3 people she had her lot thrown in with. And then further on down the line, I think maybe something that Kathy didn't do quite as well is she was the swing vote. She never had that other person. She never had that other half of her to work with. And I think similarly, like, that's the hand she's dealt, and she doesn't really work with it as well. Like, she's just sort of floundering through a lot of that, like, not really sure which group to go with. And she doesn't look at the people on the individual level and try to get in there. And even there's a point in the final 6 where she says, maybe the thing I have to do now is maybe the general has to be my other person because he's the only other person out there, the only other free radical. And maybe that's what I have to do. And I don't think she ever took that seriously. I don't think that was ever a thing that was really going to happen. But it was interesting that everybody was looking at it as a pairs game, and I think Kathy's problem was she was never a pair.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and while I feel like that Pascal and Nalia might have been more honor bound to each other than Sean and V might have been. For Sean and V, I feel like that looking at the possibility, I think that each of them would have had a better chance to win against each other than to take Kathy to the end had they won the final immunity. So I think that that's another thing that's working against Kathy in that scenario, where if she gets to the final 2, she's probably the winner of the season.
I think pretty much anybody in the final 7 or 8 against Kathy loses.
Mm-hmm.
I think like anybody would be crazy to take her to the finals.
Mm-hmm. And I don't know if I read it on the wiki, but I read somewhere that I guess they had asked the jury, and essentially if Kathy was in the final 2 with either Vecepia or Nalia, she would have won probably 6-1 with, Pascal's vote going to Nalia. So yeah.
And Sean's vote going to V.
Just going back to what you were saying, I wonder that, when you talk about Kathy's pair with the general, Kathy versus the general in the final 2, I mean, does he collect, does he have John and Zoe and Tammy that he's part of the Road to 4, and where if he gets just one more person, does the general win?
He might, but I don't think he gets those other people. I think it really depends on who they target at that point. Like who do Kathy and the general team up with?
They probably have to burn Pascal and Nalia pretty good to get there. So, Pascal, like, he could be wagging his finger like, Kathy, I thought you were a woman of integrity, but you are the epitome of a flip-flopper.
Yeah, maybe, but does he love the general that much more?
I love the general.
I mean, who's going to vote for the general apart from the people that, like, were the only other people that he talked to?
Hey, what if he caught a pig, though? Think about it.
What if the general is the most legendary Rob in Survivor history?
I love watching the general. So once upon a time, I said that we were going to talk about the season from the beginning, but I guess let's talk about the two tribes because I also loved Maramu. I feel like that for me, I didn't care about the love tribe. I like the hot mess Maramu tribe, and that they are, they come in with Sarah Jones, Cleopatra, as Sean famously called her. I feel like that other than hanging out with Boston Rob, she doesn't really do a lot here.
It's really weird that at the time that this was airing, she was like vilified. Everybody hated her, and they're just like, she's this cancer on the tribe, and it's like she really doesn't do anything. She's a good-looking girl that, this is one of Boston Rob's favorite strategies, like just to hitch his wagon to the good-looking girl's star, and he pulls this strategy off the next time he plays.
Yeah,
this is like proto Amber.
To me, I was like, well, I've seen this before. This isn't going to work.
Yeah, you saw that. Yeah, you saw it go very badly for him the first time out.
Yeah, I know how this turns out. This doesn't go great.
Yeah, but she's just kind of, and we have heard this story before that when there's a certain type of player who is recruited by casting, who they're just like, hey, come out, we need a cute girl who looks good in a bikini. You're going to be out early and then you'll have a vacation for the rest of the time. This seems like very likely this is the sort of Sarah Jones slot. And I think she's not terribly surprised to go out when she does. And she's not much of a factor other than like she has this sort of mini showmance in the first couple of episodes. And I'm sure that she has had a rich life before and since, but in the show she's brought on to be the bikini babe, and she does it, and she's not expected to go far, and she does not.
Yeah. I think the thing that's interesting about Maramu is that, you have like this real division of people who want to work. And then there's also, there are people who are seemingly like, hey, I didn't come here to work. This is my vacation. Like, I got 7 weeks off from work. Like, as Peter Harkey said, like, I'm chilling.
Yeah, it's insane. Like that. People would have, and clearly, like, who watched the show and who didn't, because people that watched the show can't possibly think that this is going to be that kind of experience for them. Even though it does say back to the beach, like on all the marketing material. Yeah.
Geneva, are you a Peter Harkey fan?
Peter's fine. I filled out the survey, and he's the least memorable one to me, honestly. I mean, partially, of where he goes out, but I just say he didn't leave too much of an impact in terms of my viewing experience. So I'm not necessarily not a fan of Peter. I would say I am pretty neutral to him, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
If you come up reading Mario Lanza's Funny 115, I think you have a deeper appreciation for Peter than someone who does not read those things, because I feel like Peter's line about all of the holes in your body has gotten it's gotten a lot more play than it would have otherwise. So
I was very confused. I would assume like holy, the whole spirituality, but no. Like literal holes in your body. And I was like, all right.
Yeah, and Peter, I do think gets hosed. That I still don't understand how he gets voted out over Patricia.
He's just sort of a weirdo, and I think he's a weirdo in the Wendy Jo vein.
Yeah,
I did not realize I would be talking this much about Nicaragua this episode, but he's just a little bit too weird, and he doesn't mesh with anybody. Whereas Patricia actually, like, she kind of bonds with Hunter, and on this first vote you have the like Gina Hunter Patricia contingent, and then you have Sean and V kind of on the other side of that with the like Rob and Sarah situation, and then you have Peter over here who's just weird, and and I think he isn't on the work side, and he's not on the play side. He's just there, and nobody really. If Sean has that bond with him early on, and then Sean's like, wait, nobody else has that bond with him, I better not continue to have that bond, which I think is really also very funny. Like, you see him sort of having that friendship, and he's like, wait a minute, I can't be friends with the weird guy, because then I won't be friends with anybody else. Very middle school.
Very middle school for Peter. And then Patricia doesn't really make a mark on the season. Was Patricia thirsty for Hunter?
Who wasn't thirsty for Hunter, Rob?
The scene where she wants, them to rub the suntan lotion on Patricia. But I guess then let's talk about the aforementioned Hunter. Geneva, do you have any thoughts on Hunter?
Hunter, I think Hunter is probably someone you would expect to do well. He likes to take on that leadership role. But I think the issue with Hunter was, I think his whole aspect and focus on survival, and he got really upset when people would complain about the experience. And as we saw, the experience was not the best experience on the Marquesas Islands. So I don't blame them for complaining for the situation. And the thing is, they have to be there 39 days. So I think it's important that they establish the shelter and do work and contribute, of course, but no one wants to overexert themselves because they have challenges. And I think, he just had this he was just like, I'm, working nonstop. I'm going to be the leader. And I think people didn't really mesh well with that. And I think that's kind of where we start to see a strategic move in terms of a vote, where he is targeted, by, the four. And then Gina's not very happy with it. She's like, why would they target the person who's the strongest on the tribe? Like, I don't understand it. And she just really had this hatred towards them and hope they'd get voted out and all this sort of stuff. But I think that's kind of where I got really excited in the season, because that's where I'm like, we are seeing the strategy. It's not all about who, is surviving, who's the strongest and who can keep people here. And I think even Rob touches on that too, where it's not about having the strongest people. It's also, about having, people who do what he wants or listen to him or will rely on you, and will need you in this game. And so I think that's where it gets more exciting to see that sort of gameplay.
That's straight out of The Godfather.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Well, that's the thing. Like Hunter is on a different show. He comes in, he thinks he's on the show about surviving. And he thinks it's about am I going to make my tribe make the best shelter and do the most work and, have the best time out here in the wilderness. And Boston Rob is like, that is not the show I signed up for. And I'm not going to win $1 million doing work for you. And so it is really, it's the first iconic thing that Boston Rob does. And you see, I think this is the episode that gets him cast again. He sees I'm kind of alpha and Hunter's kind of alpha.
Second, let's see if we get her back.
Oh, did I?
Yes, we lost. This is this is the episode that gets him cast.
Yeah, this is the episode that gets him cast because it's the episode where he introduces the game. The game doesn't really start until this episode, and he's the one that brings it. And he sees his position vis-a-vis Hunter. He says, they can go one way and we can be the tribe that works hard and lead, we can have his leadership skills, but he's not going to like me in that spot. And he's not going to let me go far. And so if I'm going to go far, I have to get rid of him. And he sees that and he makes it happen. And I think the game, the show itself and then the game of Survivor, I think this is a kind of a founding moment here.
Yeah, it's an inflection point for the entire series, I think, where for the first time, somebody's like, oh, wait, this is there's been a coup here where they basically that this tribe has voted out its leader and provider for the group. What is going on here? I remember just being dumbfounded.
Oh, yeah.
When this happened.
Yeah. Who would do that and why? And oh my gosh, I thought, but again, Hunter Ellis, if the Hunter Rob standoff leads to a Hunter Ellis win and Hunter ends up winning the game, Survivor gets canceled immediately. There is no more Survivor. We're certainly not in season 40. That's not what people sign up to watch, because there are a million shows like that on the Discovery Channel, and you can go watch Les Stroud. You can go watch Bear Grylls. We're not here for that. And in fact, Hunter Ellis will then go on to host a million boring shows on the History Channel.
So Jess, if I'm hearing you correctly, so you're saying that Boston Rob saved the franchise by voting out Hunter?
Yeah, and I think Boston Rob saved the franchise is not an unpopular opinion among the normies, but this is the point. I think there are many points where the franchise is saved. This is the first point. This is the first one. This is the second one. The first one is, I don't think it makes it much past a first season if you don't have a Richard Hatch in the first season. But it doesn't make it much past a fourth season if you don't have that Hunter Ellis vote out.
Geneva, how do you think the season plays out if Hunter survives this night? Say, for whatever reason, say Sean and V go along with voting out Sarah at this tribal council.
Well, I think that Hunter, I don't know. I think maybe Hunter and John probably would have they probably would have butt heads, I think. I think they both have two strong personalities in this game and kind of hold a similar role on their respective tribes. And so I don't really know if it really would have ended well for Hunter but I think it also depends on where would Hunter have gone in this like tribe swap situation, which personally I'm not a fan of how they swapped it.
Yeah.
But I think production is lucky it worked out the way it did.
They're working out the kinks.
Yeah, but I think there's a possibility that Hunter could go deep and be a huge threat. But I also think that with this strong dominant group of the Rotu 4, I don't really know how Hunter would have fared per se.
It's a good point. I think if Hunter beats the mini boss that is Boston Rob, he gets kneecapped by strategic superstar John Carroll, and then maybe John goes on to win it, and John becomes the legendary figure in Survivor lore.
He's played 5 times and is on the Island of the Idols, and
it's John Carroll's head on the Island of the Idols.
Go from there. This season is the birth of Rob Mariano, who will be coined Boston Rob by the end of the season. He has some rough moments in the start of the season. Specifically that he is the reason why Maramu loses an early challenge, the gross food eating challenge for the Farfaru. Just is Farfaru a real thing?
It is, and I think this is a good point to start talking about some of the things that don't play very well to me anymore about Survivor in general, and especially these early seasons. I used to be of the mindset that I loved the different locations Survivor would go to and the different elements of the local climate and the local culture that they would weave into the story. And now I kind of feel like that doesn't play very well anymore. And I think the most egregious example of that is things like the gross food challenge. Yeah, Fafaru is a thing that they eat. But the way they present it, it's like, oh, the people that live here, they soak the fish and they leave it out for days and it's gross and look at all the flies and oh, it smells like an outhouse. And people
Jeff
really
says it
eat
smells
that.
Like hot garbage.
Yeah, people really eat that here. Can you believe how weird is that? And oh my God, if this is really a thing that people eat all the time, maybe be a little more sensitive about it. And it's wild to me that they're allowed to other the people like that. And I kind of coming around to it is fine if they stay in Fiji forever.
Yeah.
They don't
talk about what goes on in Fiji.
Yeah. They don't really talk about Fiji anymore. Like there's a point later in the season where the Maramu tribe stumbles across an old burial site.
Yeah.
And then they have the merge rendezvous on top of a sacred site in the local culture. And it just, it's kind of awful. Like how cavalierly, like these people's way of life is kind of it's like the framework to hang this game on. It's really horrible. And I think the worst example of this kind of cultural appropriation for me is this gross food challenge where they're like, oh, it's so yucky. I can't believe we have to choke it down. This thing that the people around here think is a delicacy. How can they possibly believe this is a delicacy? And I don't know how often they eat it. I don't know how prevalent it is, but I think I'm glad that we don't get the gross food very much anymore. If you're going to do gross food, like make it universally gross. Like, do the Wheel of Fish smoothies every season. I don't care. Like, that's fine. Drink a milkshake of raw fish. Great. But maybe stop doing this. But it is kind of a part of the Boston Rob mythology now that he and food do not do great. And he runs into the Fafaru again.
He has a sensitive palate.
Yeah. And he only eats the crispy rice. We know this about him. But he's kind of lucky that they didn't just pile on him then.
Yeah. So he dodges some early trouble there and makes it to the swap. Let's just talk about the early Rotu, and then let's talk about life after the swap. And Geneva, it's a rough start for Kathy, who has such a great growth arc over the course of the season. Very similar to Holly Hoffman from Jess's favorite season of Survivor Nicaragua, where it's a rough start to the game, but then ultimately she really finds her footing and then emerges as a power player in the game.
Yeah, I think it's very interesting because I think Kathy, she has all these priorities, whether it's, the fire, the food. But I think that also the people on the tribe, want to do things their own way in a sense. And so I think people just find her maybe more annoying in terms of what she's doing. And so it just becomes, an issue. And I think one thing you have to think about too is at this point of the game, when you're getting to know each other, first impressions, I think, are really important. And it could have, I think this could have been potentially an issue for Kathy if they did go to tribal, a lot earlier in the season. But I think that Rotu, I think Kathy was very fortunate in the early game that they basically won all these challenges so that she wasn't necessarily in this position. And then, eventually they had the swap and then she went over with, went over with the majority. So she was okay. But I think that over the course of the time, we saw her become more comfortable, I think, take in the experience. And I think she started to really form connections with people, especially I'd say, Nalia and Pascal in the game, and ends up going super far with them. And so I think it was really enjoyable to see this growth in this arc from her. But I can say that in the beginning, I wasn't necessarily similarly to how the tribe felt about her. I kind of felt about her watching, but then when I got towards the end of the season, I really enjoyed Kathy as a viewer.
Just Kathy has a very specific Maslow's hierarchy of needs, and she feels like that Rotu has misprioritized their camp activities.
Yeah, I think you could say that. And again, she's one of those people that comes into the show thinking it's about one thing and realizing very quickly that it's about something entirely different. And I think, to Kathy's credit, she is given the opportunity to adapt to that, and she rises to that occasion and realizes very quickly that there's something else at play here. And I think it's very interesting to watch her kind of reel it back in.
Yeah, she really wants her voice to be heard in terms of what the tribe should be doing. She wants to really be recognized as a provider. She doesn't ever quite get that recognition that she's looking for, and it's a point of contention between her and the tribe. But just does that ultimately come when she is the only person that can provide relief for John Carroll? Is that really the turning point for Kathy?
I think I would disagree. I think if we don't get the tribe
she is
swap,
showered with praise.
Yeah, I think it's really a golden moment for her.
Yes.
And
is it number one?
Yeah, I think it's number one. I think she's just kind of the emotions are just kind of welling over at this point, and they are flooded with relief.
Yeah,
for sure.
Yep.
I don't think this is actually her inflection point, though. I think if Rotu loses here, she gets voted out. I think she's very close to being the first one out at this point, and I think she's swap saved. I think she has time. Oh. She has time on the tiny tribe to sort of find her footing and bond with people that were also probably would have been cannon fodder if Rotu had gotten in a different position. But I also think that she comes back in at the merge, and she and John probably have a slightly different dynamic at that point.
Yeah. Yeah. Geneva, such an iconic moment in Survivor Marquesas where John gets stung by for one of two injuries for John in this one episode of the show, in the third episode. And then he immediately knows that the only remedy is that he needs somebody to urinate on his hand, and Kathy is willing to answer the call.
He learned well from those survival classes. And it was a very interesting moment. Apparently, I think they referenced to it even in the finale that originally
Rosie loved this.
Yes, Rosie loved this. Not only did she sing chant about it, but it was also even referenced where I guess Pascal had tried to help but couldn't help, and then eventually Kathy came to the rescue, and she really had to go to the bathroom, and John was like, probably this didn't need to go on this long, but I think it was definitely a bonding moment for them in some sort of way. But yeah, it was very interesting how in that episode, in that frame of time, we just had all of these injuries and things going on I guess specifically with John, but I guess even with the general. But it was just very. It was something. I think it's something that's memorable, and I think probably a notable part of the season.
Yeah, the show does a good job, I think, in the early seasons of trying to get you to get to know everybody in those first few episodes. They really try to put the spotlight on everybody, but up to this point, Maramu is still the hot mess fun tribe, and they're the ones with the morning show. They're the ones with the drama. I
love the morning show.
Oh yes,
the morning show is the best.
That.
It's like maybe it's like a top 10 Survivor moment for me.
Yeah.
They're the ones that have the interesting drama. Up to this point, what's really going on Rotu right now is the only thing is that Kathy doesn't
love tribe.
Yeah, Kathy doesn't fit in with the rest of the tribe is the one tiny point of drama we've seen up to this point. And then episode 3, we get 3 different gross injuries, and we get pee. And I think it's very rare that there is an episode of Survivor where both tribes are doing something equally interesting. And that's why this episode is so iconic, because the episode with all of the injuries and Kathy peeing on John's hand is the same episode with the Hunter vote out. And
yeah,
it's crazy how much stuff is in this one episode, but it's the first time you really get to know these people.
Yeah.
And you finally get a glimpse of what these personalities are, and so much blood and so much tissue and skin, and so gross.
Yeah. So we watched this episode in the Wiggle Through Time last summer. Best episode 3 in the history of the show,
it's
according
not close.
to. Yeah. So, all right, we get to the swap. We've talked a little bit about how this swap is lopsided. For some reason, Geneva, they felt like, okay, well, this tribe has 8. This tribe has 5. So got to keep the numbers the same.
Yeah, I don't understand why they would say, yeah, let's have the same number of people on each tribe like we had before, but just swap a few people here and there. I just think that they should have evened it out. I think that would have made more logical sense.
Yeah.
I think they are lucky that, Maramu had some luck and had some, I guess, bonding that allowed them to gain some momentum, so they weren't just all voted out. But I think if it could have gone very wrong where they just would have had basically nobody left. And even in my college Survivor experience, I was on a 3-person tribe, and those tribals are not fun. So I just think that it would have been better if they had evened out the numbers. And then I think it ended up being just a really strange swap, because it didn't really feel like anyone really swapped per se. It was like, okay, one group went here and then one group went here. But that was kind of my issue with it. I'm just glad it worked out with the sorts of challenges and, sitting people out and rotating, and that ultimately worked out in the end. But it could have been, I think, a disaster.
Yeah, honestly, if Maramu gets crushed here and we go into like a non-merge where it's just like Nalia joining the tribe that's already in effect over here, it becomes such a terrible season to watch. Like nothing interesting is going to happen from that point forward. But I do think Survivor was curious about what happens if one tribe wins all the challenges. And they got to find out eventually, and the answer is it's not fun and nobody wants to watch it. But I think they're curious, like what would happen if in that event. And so maybe we just keep them uneven and see how it works out. I think they also wanted to have the voting block situation happen. I think they're looking for people to start figuring that piece of it out.
Just to talk it through, like it wouldn't have actually been that different than what happened. I guess the difference is that the one big difference is that Gabriel would have made it to the merge and Kathy would have been voted out. Pascal and Nalia would vote out Kathy at a 3-person tribal council and they go into the merge. And then that probably ends up being a much more boring season where Pascal and Nalia show up at the merge and then Rob, V, and Sean all get voted out. Gabriel keeps the Lump tribe together, and then ultimately the Rotu 4 marches to victory. So one little vote there of voting out Gabriel really did change the whole season.
Thank goodness.
Thank goodness.
I'm
yeah. Sarah has kind of a quiet exit from the game. She doesn't really fit in with the new Jess's favorite tribe.
I mean, it's clear. Like, there's a point where I love the part where they are on a hike and they're looking for food, and it's taking longer than they thought. And Sarah's like, "Yeah, I'm just gonna go back to camp. I'll meet you guys back there." And I'm like, "Okay, cool." And then she can't find her way back, so she has to come back around. Stay. Yeah, I guess I'll stay. And
yeah, and we haven't really talked about Gina at all. Genevieve, do you have any thoughts on Gina?
Yeah, so I guess my general thought that I had kind of touched on a little bit prior, but I think I understand that Gina was upset with the Hunter vote because but I think that's also where her mind space is focusing on the survival mode, I believe, at this point of the game rather than the game. But I mean, it is unfortunate, I guess, in the sense that she would not have any numbers because I guess the people she was aligned with were leaving. But she just basically, I mean, I think this tribe was good for her in terms of getting more positivity. It seems like she really got along with these people. But I just felt like because the numbers were off, I didn't think that she was really going to like integrate that well with the Rotu people who joined the tribe. And I know that she was like hopeful. She's like, and I think they had made some references. Oh, it feels like Gina's part of our tribe. You know, like we're like a family.
Love Tribe 2.0.
Yeah. But to me, it just really seemed like Gina didn't really have, I think, a great path in this game. And I think her game kind of died really when Hunter went.
Yeah.
So.
And Jess, that I always liked Gina on the show, but like in hindsight, Gina must have done a real number about Sean and V on Pascal and Nalia because they have not spent any time with Pascal and Nalia, Sean and V. And they come to the merge with some pretty strong opinions about Sean and V. And I think that Gina might have been dragging them pretty hard at the new Maramu.
That's certainly a thing I would prefer to think than the other possibility.
Yeah.
So we're going to go with that.
Yeah.
I think she was a little bit bitter, but I think there was like this glimmer of hope at a moment because I think the popular sentiment at the time when this show was initially airing, people loved Gina. It is hard to overstate.
The watermelon spitting queen.
Yes, it is hard to overstate how much people loved Gina and really rallied behind her because she was cute and she had this like epic showmance apparently with Hunter, which I didn't see at all in my rewatch. But you know, they were aligned and she thought he was cute, but that was about it. But people they were shipping the two of them hardcore. They wanted Gina to win because she was just down to earth and cute and a little bit sassy. And then there's a point where you think, oh, she might actually pull this out. She might actually like bond with these people and then make the merge and go far as this rogue agent. And again, that becomes a very different show if she does go all the way. But people were really hoping that would happen.
Mm-hmm.
And she was almost up at like Elizabeth Hasselbeck levels of sweetheart of the game. She was definitely the Elizabeth of the season. And it was very sad to see her go because you knew they didn't want to lose her. They didn't want to have to vote her out, where sometimes you have a tribe go to tribal council and it's like, I just can't wait to get rid of somebody. And we know who it is and they're going to be gone. And it's going to be fine. But this was hard. You didn't want them to lose anybody.
Let's talk a little bit about the post-swap Rotu, because this is really where most of the action is going to be here for these next couple of votes, where we're really going to see the formation of the Rotu 4 and sort of like the resistance that Rob and Sean are going to try to put together to try to take down the power, the base of power that is forming over here on Rotu. And this is just a wild situation which unfolds where ultimately somehow Gabriel is going to go home, which, John Carroll in his quarantine questionnaire says that he felt like the big concern for him was that Gabriel was going to rejoin Pascal and Nalia when they got to the merge. I guess that Gabriel, very close with Pascal, this is a wild concern.
There's that at least gives it a reason, because there's not really a reason other than that. The reason stated on the show is that Gabe considered working with the former Maramus to mount this rebellion, which again, they still don't have enough people to do anything interesting. So I don't know what this problem was. And it really feels to me like it's the biggest misstep. It's really hard to see the logic in that. And I guess, especially since Gabe is very clearly, like, he outright says he's not playing the game and doesn't care about the game.
Yeah.
And it kind of seems to me that with somebody that doesn't care about the game, you can be like, okay, well, if you don't care about the game, it doesn't matter to you. You can just do the thing that I want you to do. So it's wild to me that they didn't get rid of Rob at this point.
Yeah. And of course, the most jarring part of the season when you get to it here is just sort of the things that Rob is saying about the new Rotu tribe when you get there, which sort of starts, sort of like, I feel like that he's going for, tongue-in-cheek remarks about talking about disparaging the different members of the Rotu tribe. And then ultimately, we have the time where he has the confrontation with John Carroll, and then ends with asking John Carroll if he's gay, which John Carroll describes as being outed on the show, which is something that was not really talked about much in 2002. But with the benefit of hindsight, is clearly a very problematic thing to have happened on the show.
When they brought back Rob for All Stars, this was the one thing I thought about was like, oh, it's okay to do that? Really? Seriously? Because, as great strategy as episode 3 is, once we got to this point and this scene where he is like just ripping apart everybody and thinking he's funny and just being cruel, I was like, okay, good. Let's get rid of him. We can't root for him to win at this point. He was awful. I never really recovered from that through most of All Stars. Just could not stand the guy. And was shocked that they would not only air this stuff, because it's really not funny, but B, ask him back, and then C, make him the most iconic face of your brand. Like it's also in the face of the bonding that has formed the core of the season thus far, to kind of like record scratch. Oh, here's somebody just saying deeply personal, nasty things about all of the other people on his tribe. and it's kind of misogynist, it's kind of homophobic. It's the worst. It's the absolute worst, and I can't believe that it was 2002, it was a different time, but it doesn't excuse it at all.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely. And I just have an issue with outing people. And in addition, why was it even relevant, his, like sexual orientation? I don't think that was even related to what they were even talking about. And I think it had no bearing on the game. And I don't really even get the indication that Rob and John were even close enough to have a discussion, in that manner. And so I just thought it was really out of line for him to say that. I think that if John felt that he wanted to offer up this information about his identity and, about how he feels, then I think that's completely fine if he wanted to have that conversation. But I just felt like it was, inexcusable for him to do that. And I know some people are like, well, it was a time, but it doesn't matter if that was a time. It's still, I think, pretty, unacceptable, and I think out of line. And so it is, I think, even though we do talk about, Boston Rob's gameplay and things that have been great about it, I think it's also important to highlight things that were said on the show that aren't as great.
Mm-hmm. And this is also on the show because they didn't need to leave this in. They didn't need to put the part where he outs somebody. They could have left. They could have left all of this on the cutting room floor. Like, why did they have to glorify this? Is also a concern. And we've talked a little bit about like the scene. It's similar to the scene in Game Changers where Varner outs Zeke, but that was harder to edit around because it became the whole reason they got rid of Varner. And even the way that Jeff Probst frames that tribal council means they can't leave it on the cutting room floor. Here, they absolutely could have. And the conversation isn't even leading to this. Like, they're just having an argument, and then all of a sudden, Rob drops that on him. It's like, why don't you just end the conversation there, Survivor editors? Like, don't glorify this. Like, don't give this the airtime. You don't need to out this guy.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I mean, at the time, I think that the show is going for, what conflict can we put on television, in any way, shape, or form. And so, that's why it's ultimately in there. Geneva, you brought up that Rob doesn't have a relationship with John like that, and of course, clearly he doesn't. That what is very interesting though is the relationship that John and Sean have, and even though John and Sean are coming from different places in terms of in the alliance, that I did think that that's very interesting that they talk about how that they were able to bond over the things that the experiences that they've been through of John being gay and Sean being black, and the way that that has impacted their respective journeys.
Yeah, and I think that it's great that these discussions are being had, and I think that's one value that comes from, bringing people of a variety of backgrounds together. Because I think we even see like later on, at the reunion, Pascal talked about his close relationship with Sean and how it's like a relationship he'll cherish for the rest of his life. But I think one thing that also really connects these people while they're out there, aside from playing the game, is really getting to know each other and find commonalities. So I think that these sorts of discussions really, I guess form, a bond and solidarity of individuals on the tribe. And so I think it's great that they are able to find things to talk about and relate to as two people who come from essentially marginalized communities.
Mm-hmm. And John talked about this in a little bit in his quarantine questionnaire, and he talks about that what he really liked was that he was somebody on the show, and that it didn't matter if he was gay or straight, and he was felt like that he was portraying himself in a positive light where people, his sexuality didn't matter to anybody. And he talked about how people are, watching the show, and he still gets a lot of like positive response from, young people who are watching the show. He said, I think it's only now that my game is being seen through the eyes of fans that don't give a rat's ass whether I was gay or not. I hope I moved the needle in a positive way over the last 20 years of visibility. So that, John has, been able to speak about this in ways that, weren't heard during 2002.
Yeah, I love that about him. I loved that. I loved that it was just one facet of who he was, and it didn't like define him the way I think Richard Hatch was much more. It was much more of a core thing of who he was, and like you couldn't go 5 minutes without him and Rudy having this conversation about how even though you're old and don't know the right words for it, and I'm a gay man, we can be friends and we can cross the boundaries. And here you have scenes where it comes up naturally and organically, but it's also like John is so much more than that. Like we get to know him, we get to know his role in camp, we get to see his friendships with the other players, we get to see his approach to the game, and it's a much more like he's just one guy on there, and it's not made this pivotal teaching moment. And I liked that it felt more natural than like Survivor trying to cram a moral down our throat. But on the other hand, this is the same episode where it becomes this it's pejorative, courtesy of Boston Rob. But
yeah, and I hope that as Survivor grows and evolves, and as the cast tend to diversify, that we'll get to hear more about the experiences of individuals. And I feel like one challenge that we've seen, I think, across certain seasons is the perpetuation of stereotype and edits. And so I hope that that's also a change we'll see. So it's not just about someone being Black or someone, identifying as gay. It's about who they are as an individual and who they are as a person and their individual experiences as well.
And it's really interesting to me that even the change between like season 2 and season 4, because I'm sure when we get to talking about Australian Outback, which it's crazy to me that we're talking about this before that, but I think you need to talk about Mitchell Olsen's experience as a contestant on Survivor who was not out, and then to find himself like they tell him in casting, we know you're gay and it's going to come out, and then he ends up with his face on the cover of the National Enquirer, and here it's like it's a very different situation where you have John and it's not like you couldn't put that on the cover of the Enquirer. It's like nobody, like it's a collective shrug. Like it's who he is.
So at this point, just to segue back to talking about like what's happening in the game, that it's very interesting in terms of like Vecepia and Boston Rob, who had been at least aligned at the original Maramu, go off in disparate paths where Vecepia is going to play the role of trying to ingratiate herself with the Rotu people, which both, Rob and Sean both object to. They're like, boy, what is Vecepia thinking now? She's just kissing everybody's ass over here. This is like, we don't even know her anymore. And ultimately, she's going to have the much more successful plan to get in good with the Rotu bunch, as Rob is just going to go into a wall.
Like, what was Rob's ultimate plan going to be after this then? Like, he just burned a bridge, and I think this is one of the big tactical errors you see in his first game.
Yeah.
It's like, who's he going to line up with at this point? Like, who's going to work with him?
Yeah. And that he is somebody who, obviously they see the potential in him in terms of like what he's able to, bring to the show, in that he is just like action. He's never going to sit still. He's going to, create conflict, which, it's obvious that the producers are very infatuated with everything that he's bringing to the table. But he doesn't know what he's doing at this point. I mean, he's just like basically basically, trying to, just like get into, different fights with people, like lying to the people for the sake of lying to people, calling people out for no good reason. And ultimately, it's going to lead to his very quick undoing in the game.
Yeah, and I think, Vecepia, she played the game right. She played socially, got to know and foster connections with people on the tribe. People weren't saying her name as much in comparison to the other two guys. She was working actively on the tribe. And like she said, she wasn't going to start drama or be involved in drama where her name wasn't in it. And who won the game? She won the game, right? And Rob decided to do the complete opposite. He didn't really try to form genuine connections with lots of people. He started a lot of drama, tried to pin people against each other. And as great entertainment as that is, it's not the best strategy.
And it's something he really never learns from. I think he goes on to do very well in at least 2 more seasons, but he never really grasps the idea that you got to be nice to everybody. He's like, you figure out however the exact number of people you need, and you are nice to those people. And then when you need less people, you can be less nice to those people. That's kind of the entire, if that's not in the BR rules, it should be.
Yeah. Well, I think that over the course of like his entire Survivor career, I think one thing that is consistent, and of course, like his confessionals will get less cutting with time, but I think that basically like his character is, hey, can you believe this idiot, this person, this stupid idiot is, everybody is dumb, everybody's an idiot, everybody is like, inferior, with the exception of Amber. Everybody else that he meets is just like, listen to this moron, or what is this person doing? What are they thinking? So it's always just like from a place of like talking negatively about the other people that are on the show.
Yeah. And he, at least to his credit, this first time he's 24 years old. If all of us were judged on all of the things we said when we were 24, and Rob, you know this better than anyone because the same thing happened to you.
Yep. And look, and listen, that there will be, when we get to my season in the Amazon, there'll be plenty of things that I said myself, which are not great and did not hold up. They weren't great when they happened in 2003. So I can only imagine what it's going to look like in 2021.
I need to go get a cell phone so I can call my boyfriend and have him take me out of this podcast.
Sure. So that we'll get there. We'll get there. A little bit of, hopefully many weeks from now, we'll talk about the other idiot Rob from the 1 year later, sequentially. But I guess let's get to the merge in this season, where ultimately they're going to send Rob and Kathy to go to drink Coors Light and eat pizza at the sacred Marquesas locale, right, Jess?
It's so awful. Also, how hard do you got to work to get drunk on Coors Light? Like, well, they needed all 30 of those.
They were lined up. Like that was a real party with Rob and Kathy.
I love this here, and I think I know if the genders are swapped, this is horrifying. But Kathy's like, I wonder who they're gonna send. Oh, it's this young buck. Oh, he's hot, and then she just like gets drunk and hits on him all night. And I understand this is probably uncomfortable, but it's really hilarious because this is also not a side of Kathy we have seen thus far.
Yeah,
like Rob, you suspect he's like hoping that someone will come that he can hit on. But Kathy's just like, she's so thirsty for him, and it's wonderful.
Yeah, and I love Kathy. I haven't said that enough in this podcast. Yeah, but she's like, and I'm here with this young buck that's out here.
Jeez.
Yeah,
but it even seemed like he had hope. It seemed like he even still like had hope. Like, oh, she'll be my new, I don't know. It was just kind of weird.
Yeah, she's the new Sarah.
I'm gonna make it happen. I'll make it work.
And so Rob does plant some seeds here, seeds, baby, where that he's trying to say like, hey, they're coming for you. Is always not your friend. And then Kathy's like, oh my God, what is going on? And so that Rob will not make it out of this episode, but he does start to get the wheels turning for Kathy, and I do think that some of his fingerprints, he won't be around to enjoy the spoils, but he does get the ball rolling here, as ultimately they're going to merge. And Kathy is definitely thinking about the Rotu group in a totally different way. Unfortunately, Kathy's going to talk to John about this, and basically John is going to sort of put the kibosh on working with Rob. That we see that we didn't really talk about the actual deal that Rob strikes with John to basically say, okay, well, we're gonna vote out the people that went to Maramu before you and Sean and V. That's sort of the deal that they're gonna make. And John ultimately is now feeling like, yeah, well, you went back on our deal, so I don't have to honor my side of it.
Yeah, but it takes everybody else the entirety of this episode and most of the next one to figure out that whatever deal John is architecting is not good for anybody except John and his 3 people.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
It's kind of amazing that I think Rob is the only person who clearly sees that in this moment.
Yes. Yeah, was there any wisdom there in what did John want to do? Did he want to take out Pascal and Nalia and Kathy before Rob and Sean and V?
I don't think he seriously wanted to do that.
Yeah.
I think that was the plot he was floating to everybody that was in his immediate orbit before the merge. But I think I think he understands at this point that Pascal and Nalia, and probably Kathy as well, are much more likely to avoid causing trouble for him. I think Rob was always going to be the target at this point.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think he wanted to make Rob and them feel comfortable and not feel like they were the outsiders in a sense. So he would have them thinking that essentially he is supporting them, but in reality, he's really about his core group, and then potentially could be the other Rotu that return, because it seems like it really took a challenge for most of them to change their mind. I'm trying to imagine what the season would be like if we didn't have the coconut challenge, because otherwise they're just like, V? Sean? Why would we work with them? I don't understand it. I don't get it. Yeah. So I think it was probably just to make them feel comfortable, and so they wouldn't come after him.
It's just so wild they didn't vote out Rob when they voted out Gabriel.
I mean, it becomes a very different season if they do that, and I guess I'm glad that they didn't. I almost feel like did Gabriel even sort of ask to be voted out at this point?
Well, I also wonder, do you feel like that the producers were like, hey, because you got to feel like the producers really wanted Boston Rob to stay, and felt like Gabriel was not bringing a lot to the table.
I mean, I think they're not gonna.
I usually don't think conspiracy level. I'm just thinking in terms of they clearly just love Rob so much.
Yeah, but Rob, that's also kind of results oriented thinking here. I think they would have. I think they probably at this early stage of the game, they liked Rob. I don't know if they loved him. And I think they wouldn't have campaigned so hard to get rid of a dud in this early version of the show.
Yeah.
I think they figure out a way around it because he's far from the only dud.
Okay.
I don't know.
But I think too, thinking about maybe the reason why they might have voted him out was they probably wanted at least people who were there to play the game in a sense. And it's why let someone go further if all they care about is the society? Yes, maybe they might be easier to get some, jury votes against or something like that. But it's just Gabriel really has no use for a lot of them if he says, I don't really know what I'm going to do. I'm not really sure how I want to vote. I'm just going to be open to things. And I think that uncertainty too for John probably really bothered him. And so he's like, I'm going to get rid of this uncertainty, and I'm just going to get rid of him, because this also, by doing this, and us, the rest of us voting together as a unit, this establishes a stronger bond for Rotu going into the merge.
That makes a lot of sense. It does. But Gabe's final words, I think, are the one thing pointing to me thinking like maybe he didn't, at a certain point, he was just like, yeah, I don't care, vote me out. Yeah. Because he's just like, this was such a great experience. I got everything I wanted out of it. Yeah. And it really feels to me like he was done with it after it stopped being a beach vacation.
Yeah. Well, he even says in the reunion that he knew he was going voted out, and he was able to enjoy his last day on the island and have a nice time. He was there for something different, which is just not what this show is.
Yeah. Well, my favorite piece of Gabriel Cade trivia is that a decade later, he applied for Survivor again and got deep into casting before they realized he'd been on the show before.
Mm-hmm. Gosh. With the same cockamamie story about wanting to build a society?
I don't know what he did at that point. I think maybe he realized that. Okay, here's my other question. Who's the better rapper, Gabriel Cade or Chris Noble?
Chris Noble.
Although if we get a collaboration, like that would be a great thing for the Survivor mixtape.
Yeah. Actually, I apologize. Sean was the beatboxer and Gabriel was the rapper. Yes.
Gabriel was the rapper.
Yes.
I wonder if maybe, like, with the benefit of hindsight, again, we all do a lot of stupid stuff in our 20s. I think with the benefit of hindsight, like maybe older, wiser Gabriel looked back on that and was like, oh, I should have been playing a game. Maybe I should see if I can go play a game again. Or maybe he just wrote in to troll them. I'm not sure.
Yeah, that would be funny if it were the latter versus the former, but
I think either way it's kind of funny, but the former one is kind of funny and sad.
He wants to see if he can build a new society with different people.
I'd love for somebody to try to build a society with the kind of jamokes they get on Survivor these days.
V is going to be one of the people that votes for Rob Mariano. And I think that it's very interesting that coming on the heels of talking about Survivor Vanuatu last week, where that season's winner also, right after the merge, ends up casting a vote for somebody that they had been aligned with when Chris votes for Sarge. Now, ultimately, Chris lies and says that, that Sarge told him to do it. But V, similarly announces to everybody about how she was one of the votes for Rob, which I feel like that I don't want to be results oriented. It does feel like that there's some correlation here of that. Hey, if you can't beat them, join them, Jess.
Well, yeah, absolutely. She's demonstrating with this vote that she knows where the numbers are and she knows what the move is going to be. And I think that's something that every single tribal council she goes to, apart from the very first one, she knows who's going. And she is on the correct side of it, except at the very final stages where she doesn't want to cast that vote. But she always knows who's getting voted out. And that's just an indication of that. And you actually see someone imitate this in the following tribal council.
Yes, Zoe.
You see Zoe voting for John because she knows he's going. And she's trying to signal that. And she's kind of shadowing V in a couple of interesting ways in the next couple of episodes. And people say that they don't see any Zoe, but I think in these couple episodes, I think Zoe's very interesting.
Geneva, I think it also is interesting to highlight the difference between Sean and V, where that V knows where the vote's going. I'm sure Sean knew where the vote was going also, but Sean is so principled that he won't play the political game of okay, I'm not gonna just cast my vote that. He's gonna stand on principle and not cast the vote for his friend.
Yeah, and I think maybe, I think for a lot of people within the season 2, there was a huge emphasis on loyalty and, who you're working with. And I think one thing that was difficult for Sean and for Rob was watching V play a different type of game than they were playing once they were on a new tribe. And it was very confusing for him. And he even brings this argument up at Final Five a lot about how me and V weren't really aligned on everything. Even though, you know, we spent basically the whole game together, we had instances where we did not agree. And so I think for him, it wasn't necessarily about, you know, making a move. But also, I think, you know, V, even though some people were saying she was like flip-floppy and she was doing things that were deceptive, she straight up told Rob, hey, like, I'm going to vote you out. So I think, you know, she still showed some sort, you know, honesty and, you know, morals within her game making decisions. But she also knew that this is what's going to further her game. She probably, with all her interactions with Rob and seeing what he's doing in this game, and as you know, she's not about the drama. Rob is the drama, so she's probably just going to vote the drama out, which makes, I think, probably the most sense, even though he was an ally. And I really did love that trio when it was a trio or was a thing, but I understand why she did it and why, you know, Sean, he just, you know, I guess, you know, responds in a different way and plays the game in a different way. But I think that they're both two really integral parts of the season. So it's been really interesting to see how they've played the game. But I think even so, like Sean, like, even though he may not necessarily be the most active person in terms of the survival aspect, he still puts in the work to make sure that he will, you know, put in the effort to make sure he is there another day. So we really saw that with that, you know, pivotal move of, you know, 5v4 at 9. So yeah.
Well, it's worth noting that you also have one other weird vote in this tribal council, and I want to get your thoughts on why does Kathy vote for Zoe at this point? Is this just sheer spite? Or is she still like this much not playing the game that she's going to throw a spite vote?
I suspect that she and Rob made an agreement that she would not like write his name down. I think probably like 20 Coors Lights in, I think they'd be like, hey, I'll never write your name down. Like, all right, young buck, you got it. Like, this is wild. I just think it seems like something that might have come up.
I feel like there's a dividing line of the number of Coors Lights past which all agreements you enter into should be invalid.
Yeah. You have a number for that?
I don't know. I gotta go to the test bay, but I don't really want to go down that road because I'd almost rather eat Fafaru than drink 20 Coors Lights.
Should that be the gross food challenge?
Yeah, I love this actually. The gross food challenge. Like you're thinking it's going to be a tarantula or something, and then Jeff Probst lifts up the cover and he's like, "All right, 20 Coors Lights. Who can shotgun these the fastest?"
Yeah, be a wild challenge.
It'd be wild.
Oh yeah,
yeah, the silver bullet. All right, so we have our big coconut chop challenge, and Geneva, I feel like that if you're watching this in the real time. I feel like that, okay, now Boston Rob has gone out. I feel like it seems bleak if you are rooting for the people outside of the Rotu 4. Whereas, you know, Boston Rob was no saint, but that he was the most powerful voice in the resistance.
Yeah, and you kind of get to wondering what's going to happen in terms of, like, I think if you knew, like, you know, Vecepia wins the game, we wonder also, how does she get there? Because it's not looking great. I mean, we literally hear Pascal and Nalia say, like, we don't want to work with Sean or V. We don't want to vote with them. And, you know, I think a lot of that might have to do with whatever Gina said in the past. And it you know, also continuing with, I think, people thinking Sean's not contributing to the tribe, that sort of mentality. And so they would rather be in 5th and 6th and stick with the people that they've known for so long, that love tribe, than make a move, because I think in their mind, they're also not thinking about that strategy aspect as much. And I think it's kind of weird to me in this whole game too, that it's literally the Maramu tribe, like the initial one, that really brings the gameplay into the forefront, because it seems like Rotu is like, okay, well, we have these like groups that we want to stick together, and then we'll just make it to the end, and that's how we'll do it, and we'll build our society, and that's it. So I think it is, like, by watching this, you probably would not expect this group of people to band together and form a unit to take out the Rotu 4.
Yeah, just especially when Pascal says that if Sean got to the end, it would be an embarrassment.
Yeah, he said a couple of things along those lines that are just kind of like, oh, is it just because you have never worked with him and been on a tribe with him before? Is that really why you're not relating to him? Or is there something else at play here? But
there are other times too where he's like, Sean is the finest guy I've ever met in my entire life. Like he's like, sometimes like, he's like so like over the top complimentary as well. Like it's like Pascal has wild swings.
I think he tries to overcorrect. He's like, oh, that might have been too much. I better say something really, really nice about the guy.
Yeah.
But you do get that great moment when they're on the reward challenge together and they connect.
Which hasn't happened yet. Yeah.
Yeah, that hasn't. We're going to get to that. But I wanted to put one more theory here about this flip. I'm going to say that we needed to get Boston Rob out of the way in order for these people to come together, because I don't think it happens if he's still in the game.
Yeah.
I think he has a pitch to Kathy, but he's not going to go talking to any of the other people. He doesn't really have a plan in place for that. So you get him out of the way and you don't have this kind of polarizing figure. You have a lot of free radicals that can come back together. And I don't think you ever get, like, Nalia and Pascal definitely don't work with Boston Rob. I think you needed to get rid of him in order for that flip to happen.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I agree that his approach is just all wrong for a few of these other players. You know, Sean would work with him and Kathy. But yeah, V is just like, I think there's just like, hey, you're embarrassing me. You're making me look bad in front of these people. I don't like anything you're doing. Nalia and Pascal, like, I think have probably also been pretty poisoned against Rob from the time with Gina as well. So they're not going to work with him. I just think that the seeds of this Rob and Kathy relationship, and I've just talked about All Stars 2 weeks ago, that, you know, Kathy is still like 2 seasons or 2 years later is still trying to figure out a way to work with Rob.
Yeah. And I listened to her talking with Keybird to prepare for this, and she is still talking about how, you know, I went to his house, I hung out with his parents.
Yeah, she will never come say a bad word about Rob.
Yeah, she really, well, and I know there's something to him. There's definitely something to the guy that, like,
he's a charismatic guy.
Yeah, he's very charismatic. People are drawn to him. He can get you to do things that you might not otherwise consider, but there's also people that are, he's also, I think in this season, he's one of those people almost like a Russell Hantz in Heroes versus Villains, where you lose the respect of the other people that you were even willing to work with him.
Mm-hmm.
And I think there's a large faction of people in this game that if they'd gone deep into the game with Boston Rob, the other people wouldn't respect that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. All right. The coconut shop challenge. Geneva, do you think that the producers had the wherewithal to know at all what was going to happen with this? Do you think that this was something that they sort of like said, okay, we're going to put this out there and then they'll see what's going on?
I'm sure that was probably part of it. I think after them getting a sense that there were attempts to essentially see if maybe a group would form, it seems like that was failing. So maybe I feel like maybe this challenge was probably planned in general around this time, because, you know,
the general.
So, you know, yes, the general, to reveal where people's loyalties lie. But I also think that it does make for not only interesting TV, but just is an important revelation, I think, to people in the game to see whose ropes are being, you know, cut off, whose coconuts are falling first. And it's basically this huge like pecking order of people who are not a priority and not in this core group. So then it's like, finally, you know, you see Nalia and Pascal like, oh, you know, we can't really integrate ourselves into this group because they think that we're essentially disposable. So maybe now we got to play the game we finally are gonna play the game. And
day 24,
day 24, and that obviously, like, I think that was one thing that really, I'm gonna be honest, like, really annoyed to be invited to. Of like, why did you start playing day 24?
You weren't
like,
alone. Yeah.
There are 39 days in this game, and that's also in a sense why I was happy Vecepia won, because I know she was playing from the beginning of the game. Whether it it depends on what how much, but it's still like she her tribe was going to tribal. But yeah, so I think that producers probably were thinking, oh, maybe this might shake the game up, because we're not gonna see this core group turn on themselves, so they're gonna eliminate the other people.
I don't think production thought about it with that level of specificity, but I do think they put this challenge here very strategically from the jump, because they wanted people to have to tip their hand. And it does cause drama, at least until people figure out that it's just a collusion game and they just break the challenge much later on down the line. But here,
not even that much later down the line, because when we have it in the Amazon, we're like, all right, just like, all right, be cool, everybody. Like, you just don't give everything away.
Yeah, it's kind of amazing that it worked as many times as it did when you think about it that way. But they put it there to make people have to talk about it. And they do this in two different places, actually, because you also have a similar challenge at the final 6, where they have to, it's another knock out your opponent situation, which is not a good thing in that place, because Kathy might be considering launching a secret counteroffensive, and people will wonder, like, why is she letting him win immunity if she tries at that point? So it can work for you and it can work against you in that regard. So I don't think they put it there specifically so that this counteroffensive could be launched. Similarly, I don't think they necessarily dragged John far away from camp so that they could have extra time to plot.
Yeah, I think they just are things that happened.
Yeah, that John Carroll story just jumped out to me, because I had never heard a story like that from a survivor, where they felt like, oh, that basically production was taking them on a wild goose chase so people could conspire against them.
Yeah, it is kind of wild. The one thing I can never figure out, and like I've been going around in circles about this for days now. I don't know who we give the W to. Yeah. In this episode, like, who actually gets credit for this big move?
They all take it.
Yeah, and there's points where, at the final tribal council, Nalia says it was Sean.
Yeah.
And you see Kathy actually having the conversation in the moment, and I have to think that just because of the way things shake out, like, you can look at it and say it could be either the two of them, it could be Vecepia. We likely will never know. I was at the point where I was like sliding into John Carroll's DMs today, like, hey, who do you think this was? And he didn't respond to me, and he was probably right not to respond to me.
Probably.
Maybe
it'll still come.
I think the way it was edited, though, it made it seem like Vecepia was like the least involved in it.
Yeah.
And it made it seem like, okay, Sean to Kathy, and then, we have the Pascal and Nalia, but then they're like, no, and then they're like, yes. So it's like, I feel like it's kind of a collective credit, but I also feel like it seems like more those 4 seem to be at least presented as the ones who did it.
Yeah, I think we've done talking with T-Bird with V, Sean, and Kathy, and I want to say I think like that they've all claimed ownership of it. So I'm sure it's kind of like taking Eric Reichenbach's necklace. Like, I think it's like the sum of the parts is like greater than the individual efforts.
Yeah, I think that's fair. I think we could probably power rank it. We could probably say, like, who gets the most credit, and from most to least, like, Pascal is at the bottom, followed by Nalia, and then we can quibble about the top 3 placement.
Yeah. I think that I feel like that Sean is the person who is like picking up where Rob left off on working on Kathy, and then Kathy is sort of like, Pascal and Nalia will never go for it. And then I think that Kathy is sort of like the conduit to Pascal and Nalia. And so I think that she ends up doing the work of picking up the 4th and 5th votes after the coconut chop challenge happens. But, it's hard to say. I did watch in a closer look. So that I didn't watch the whole thing. I watched like the intro to it, and I saw that there was like a unaired scene or scene that wasn't in the episode where Nalia, Sean, and V are in the shelter talking about it. And so maybe Sean and V worked on Nalia, who then went back to Pascal. So I do think we could keep Pascal at 5 out of 5 on the power rankings.
Yes.
Yeah. I think I would guess that you probably had Sean seeing what needed to happen and Nalia needing Vecepia to execute it because Sean is not a diplomat. And then I think the two of them working on Kathy, who then can spread the word like a game of telephone.
Yeah.
But you need V in there to be a little bit more of a diplomat. I don't think Sean bringing this by himself, I could see him coming up with it. I don't think him bringing it by himself gets any traction.
And that's why her social game is fantastic and should be praised even more. And
exactly,
collectively brought this group together, and they ran the game.
So this is, I think, safe to say, the high point of the season. Anything can happen. It's a great opening to the next episode of Sean singing "A Brand New Day" under the waterfall, and I don't think I've had enough Sean Rector praise in this recap here tonight. But I mean, Sean Rector is just what a talent. He is just such a great Survivor character that he brings so much to the game. And that I've gotten to know him pretty well over the years, and it just is he brings so much to this season throughout its entirety, and so that I think in some ways he's the unsung hero of Marquesas.
It's criminal that he never got asked back.
His bags were packed for Survivor All Stars. Yeah,
and they never called, they never confirmed. Terrible. And I think that he would be definitely someone who would be really interesting to watch on a later season, especially as, strategic gameplay has evolved over time. And he just brought so much entertainment in his confessionals. And he brought a lot of energy to the tribe. He was the light of the season for me, honestly. Yeah. And so it is sad that we haven't seen him again, but he definitely is one of the shining stars that come out of Marquesas.
And so this episode is going to be a real spotlight on him and Pascal as they're going to go on that reward. There are some very lengthy rewards over the course of the season. Normally that's the kind of stuff I complain about, but I didn't mind it here.
No, it was fun. And it was also... This is like the one time that you see the local culture in a way that doesn't feel a little exploitative. It's still a tiny bit exploitative, but it is more about like you're seeing how they live and they are welcoming you. And it does give you a little window into the culture. And I think there are probably comparatively few people who watch these seasons of Survivor the way I did and then immediately went and looked it up to learn more about what the people are like. You're not going to go pick up a tome on the history of Marquesan tattooing after you watch this. But it's always my hope that people do go there and people are interested. Like people do book trips to the Marquesas after this, or I don't actually know people that have gone there because of Survivor. I know people have gone to Cook Islands because of Survivor. Okay. But I want to know more about the area. Like if you're going to go to a place and make it part of the season, then teach me about the area in a way that doesn't feel like you're using another person's culture as your game. It's hard to do. I think that's why they moved it to Fiji.
Well, on last week's patron feedback show, we heard from Allison Daubertine, who had visited where Survivor filmed Vanuatu last week.
Well, I'm not going to shill for my company, but we do have a trip that goes to Cook Islands and Vanuatu on the same itinerary.
Oh. Okay. All right. See all the Survivor travel destinations.
I told them that's how they need to market it, but they didn't listen.
Okay.
It costs $35,000. So,
Yeah. So this is Geneva. This always cracks me up when we haven't talked a lot about Zoe too much, but Tammy and Zoe have a conversation, and Tammy is like wants to talk to Zoe about the alliance, and she's like, yeah, I wasn't in an alliance with you. It was a loose friendship, and I didn't even like you. I don't like your eyes.
It's not the best social game or strategic game strategy. I don't feel like you should be trying to alienate people or showing them or being straightforward that you don't like them. I think maybe a better approach is that Zoe, after, I guess taking part with the other group like that, new majority alliance should have been like, hey guys, I want to be your friend. I want to align with you. I obviously don't think making these bracelets are sufficient because I mean, obviously we maybe didn't see things in the edit, but I didn't really get the sense that like Zoe really actively went to people to establish like strategic bonds or social relationships beyond making friendship bracelets.
Mm-hmm.
And I just don't think that telling people you don't like them when you're already kind of not considered to be part of a dominant group that has now taken over the game is really smart for you, because then that person is probably going to target you so that they don't go home.
I think I see what Zoe was doing here, though.
Mm-hmm.
The thing I don't understand is how she knew to vote for John in the previous vote. If it was truly a blindside, who tipped her off? That's one thing. But I think at this point she realizes, oh, my number's up with this group. I have to distance myself from them as much as possible and get in with this other group so that they will take me along and I can find my way in.
Mm-hmm.
I think she, at this point, it's fine to have a blow up with Tammy because she's kind of hoping maybe Tammy will be the next one out.
Yeah. Can I ask a question here? Is it possible that the idea of the Rotu 4 was more exaggerated than it actually is? Because is it possible that Zoe really didn't think she was in an alliance, and then also because the general also earnestly says, "No, I wasn't in an alliance. I never lied in this game, and I ain't about to start now." He's like swearing up and down that he's like was not in an alliance with those guys. He doesn't seem to be like he's lying. Is it possible there was a misunderstanding?
Misunderstanding, no. But I think the amount of active gameplay needed to identify yourself as being in an alliance could have been insufficient in the case of somebody like the general. So yeah. I think it's more like he'll just vote the way that the other people around him are voting, in a way that keeps him from being the one that's ostracized and voting out. Like he could just be going along with the flow. And I think John and Tammy are playing the game very hard, but I think to a lesser extent. I think Zoe kind of catches on a little too late, but I don't know that the general was ever actually playing the game. I think he just was in the right place to not be voted out early.
I think you're right. I think that in the general's mind, he never shook anybody's hands and said, okay, all right, this is the alliance. These 4 people right here, let's shake on it. Let's swear on it. Okay, boom. This is it. Because he's like, well, I didn't officially join an alliance. Like I wasn't like initiated into the alliance. So I wasn't in an alliance with them. But
also you don't want to necessarily be associated publicly with an open group of people. If you're like, yes, I am in alliance with these 3 other people and we're going to run the game together or whatever, or we're going to vote with each other, then that's probably not great for you because one, people probably will feel like, okay, there's no chance to really even try to bother working with them. So we might just target them instead. So because of the relationships that they have and the connections that they have. So I think for some people, they didn't necessarily want to, even though it may have not been as strong as, John and I guess maybe Tammy were making it out to be. I think part of it also is you may not necessarily want to be associated and like known to be in this large or like considerable number dominant alliance.
Yeah. So ultimately, this is going to be it for Zoe after Tammy wins the stilts challenge. Jess, could you walk on stilts?
No.
Did you ever try?
No.
Okay.
I can do the coffee can stilts, but that's a different thing.
I feel like this must have come up in our many Amazing Race conversations.
I don't think anybody's ever been, well, I can't say that with any degree of certainty, but I don't think we've talked about, this is not something we've talked about specifically. I did do a mini Amazing Race in the city where one of the things we had to do was walk on coffee can stilts, but those are much easier.
Geneva, the stilts challenge is such a bust.
Yeah, and I think part of that maybe too is one, I think well, first of all, we see Tammy goes off, and practices. So she's like, I'm not going home. I'm not going to be targeted. And so practice made perfect for her, and it worked out in the end. But also, it's basically like once people got on the stilts, they were basically falling off. So It wasn't the most captivating viewing experience in terms of a challenge. But it was something, and it worked out. It worked out for Tammy. So I guess the most obvious person to maybe be voted out, following John, didn't go. So I guess that shook up the game to an extent. But yeah, I don't know. Maybe not the most exciting challenge, but I thought it was interesting to watch people see how they could do and attempt to walk on stilts. Also, one thing I noticed is Vecepia came super close in like multiple challenges, like to win immunity. And I was always like, oh, dang it. Oh, dang it. And then when she finally won immunity, it was super exciting. So like this was one of those instances where I think it was one of those moments where I was like so close, but Tammy really worked on it and made sure that she had mastered the skill of stilts walking.
I mean, crucially, there was only one pair of stilts in the tree mail. So it's like maybe only one person gets to get good at the stilts.
That is true. But it looks like a couple people just were like, okay, I'll do a couple times, and then I gave up. It didn't really seem like, based off of the edit, it didn't really look like people really cared too much to try.
I'm sure everybody got a turn, but it was just like Tammy took a longer turn because she cared.
Yes.
Yeah. Oh, well, I don't know how many, like the people that were in the Alliance of Five, like you think Pascal was like, all right, now I'm going to need to get in my time on the stilts. Like these people are exhausted, especially maybe Sean. Actually, Sean and Pascal went on reward, so maybe they had a little more gas in the tank.
Well, we got to talk about the fact that they were able to bring back food, which is something that never really happens. Like I think you see it happen one more time in Survivor history, and I think this is kind of it sets it up. We're gonna have to talk about this in the context of the next episode, but do you think that like the production knew that they were doing this? Why didn't production tell them put the food back?
I'm trying to think now. Has it been done before? Did they invent something that had to get shut down? I'm trying to think that did. In Africa, I think that Lex brings back like some candies for the group. But this might be emergent gameplay.
I don't think anybody ever like sticks food in their pants and brings it back. And there's one more subsequent season, and all of Twitter is going to yell at me, because there's one more subsequent season where somebody's able to bring back some chicken wings and some chicken bones.
Yeah. Okay, so yes, well, that we just talked about that in Vanuatu.
Okay, that was Vanuatu.
So I could tell you also that in Thailand, that Helen, and I forget who she goes on the reward with, they bring back like some like chicken soup in their thermos from a reward. I can tell you that Alex and Jenna brought back cookies from a reward in the Amazon. And we just watched in Vanuatu of the Leanne and Julie, I believe, brought back chicken bones last week. So
didn't they bring back like whole wings for some people and chicken bones for others?
Well, they brought back a whole chicken wings to give to the other women, and then they gave like Sarge and Chris like, oh, we brought back our bones, and then they have to pretend to eat the bones with them, even though they'd already eaten the wings that they brought back.
Yeah, that's absurd. But yeah, I think this is emergent gameplay here. The ability to just shove a bunch of food in your pants and bring it back to the rest of the tribe. But but I don't know why production didn't just put a stop to it immediately, because this seems pretty brazen. And especially in the light of it becomes something people expect. And then when you're not allowed to do it the next time, people get mad at you.
Yeah. Well, I think that's part of the show. They like when people get mad at you.
We wouldn't really have a show if people didn't get mad at each other.
I mean, people weren't happy with Nalia, that's for sure.
No.
Yeah. So
that's
I don't know.
Like,
maybe
it's just if Nalia gets this reward and Sean gets the other reward, is it a different game?
Yeah, it's interesting that I wonder if they need to like let people get away with it sometimes to make it so then other people get in trouble when they aren't able to pull it off.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I think I wonder if this was like they're going to let them get away with it so that later on somebody else gets mad when they don't get it. But also they needed these people to eat because they were starving and they weren't giving them enough reward food.
They wanted footage of people being excited about eating something, and they also wanted footage of people being mad about not being able to eat something.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a study in contrasts.
All right. So let's get to this. So the next episode, and we might be able to yada yada a little bit through some of these episodes post Coconut Shop as the fall of the Rotu 4 takes place. The highlight here in the 10th episode of the season is where we have our cruise ship reward with Pascal and Nalia, and they end up going on with Jeff Probst's Visa card, and then Geneva famously, Nalia offers her mint to the rest of the group.
Yeah, I was just thinking if you're gonna, I guess, bring a mint back in your mouth, maybe have the wrapper on it or something. That might be a bit make more sense. But even so, I just don't know why she would feel that someone would want a mint that she just basically, put in her mouth. And then she spends this whole time explaining, this is what we ate. This is what we had. This was so great, yada, yada, yada. So it's all of this. And then you're like, hey, you want to have the mint that was just in my mouth? And I know she felt bad. She said she felt bad, but I still think that that's, super strange to offer that. And I get that they're all close and they, do things and, they have that love fest going on there. But I just feel like that's a little, I think, overboard. And I think of a mint, I don't think that was a great offer.
I always feel like it's jarring at this point in the season where the edit sort of shifts into this storyline of, Nalia is actually a spoiled princess.
Yeah, it's weird because up to this point you're kind of rooting for her because she's
Sweet Pea.
She's Sweet Pea. She's the underdog. You want to see a young woman go far here, and then all of a sudden it's like, no, she's the worst. And I think I like everybody. Nobody ever says a good word about Nalia apart from Pascal for the rest of the game, and I wonder if this is like her game. This is the moment where she lost the game. Where she comes back from that reward and doesn't shut up about it for an entire day, and people just get angry with her and they never quite get over it.
Do you think that for whatever reason that production that if they weren't going to show us why V won, were they going to at least like try to put some dirt on Nalia's game so you would understand why V won in comparison to Nalia?
I think so. I think that's definitely, I don't even know like how much this was actually a thing and how much it got overblown because they needed to show you some drama here. But I think one of the reasons I asked people to tell me like, why do you hate this? Why do you hate this season so much? How did it wind up at number 22? And one of the things people said a lot was that it's not the story of why V won. It's the story of why Kathy lost and why Nalia lost. And I certainly see it here that they really just start bagging on her so that when she doesn't win at the end, you're not scratching your head about it. And we're going to get there, but she almost wins anyway, which is kind of wild. This is a classic example here of production being like, oh yeah, we got to give people a reward. Crap. What do we give them? And they put him on the Ponderosa yacht and they pretend.
Where did John and Zoe go?
They were there. They were below deck.
Oh, go up there.
Yeah, they're like in their cabins. I don't know if this is actually where they stayed, but from the description that Kathy gives in her interview with you, it sounds like this is the yacht where they had people staying. The floating Ponderosa. And so in that event, I don't know if they actually ran Jeff Probst's credit card, and does that waiter actually get that $200 tip?
Yeah, I was like 200. I mean, like I think the service industry, they deserve some money, and I think that's very important. But I was like $200. That's a lot. But I guess he was also like, I don't care if it was like $3,000. I'm just going to spend the money because it's not my own.
It's allegedly Jeff Probst's money. I would have been asking production, okay, what is the maximum amount of money I can put on Jeff Probst's credit card to give to this person? Because I just want to, some people want to watch the world burn.
Well, Jess, do you want to risk that at the next tribal council, like Jeff's giving you like the third degree because you ran up like a $4,000 tip on his credit card?
I'm going to enjoy that. At this point, I'm going to enjoy trolling Jeff Probst because there's not enough Jeff Probst trolling in these early seasons.
I liked here also that when we get to I guess this is the final 7, where the general, that his idea is that he's going to catch a pig, and that way, then they won't vote him out because it'll be like, look, what you're going to vote me out? I caught a pig. Come on.
I mean, it's a pig's going to feed him for a while. They don't need him to catch another pig later. He catches one pig, he's done. He's outlived his usefulness. Yeah. The general also gets a great moment here where he's smelling Nalia's hair a little too hard.
Yeah.
After her shower. Yeah, it was something. Okay,
I think people were madder about Nalia talking about that shower than they were about her talking about the food.
They wanted to have creme brulee for dessert. That was a big one. The general is going to win immunity, and Tammy is going to get voted out. I had high hopes for Tammy in the real time.
Yeah, she seemed like, she was gaming hard. She was really trying, and she had strategy, and she was coming into the game.
She wouldn't throw a challenge.
Yeah, she wouldn't throw a challenge, but she was competitive, and she had some fire. But she also... It seemed like her strategy once she was not on top anymore was just try to throw other people under the bus. And as much as that is an overused reality show term, she really just kind of talked crap about everybody until she was gone.
Yeah, you can only do so much by talking crap about people to stay. And so... Yes.
And the best Tammy moment is of course yet to come. We will get there, but my other final thing about episode 10 is that the next time on Survivor, they try really hard to edit this to make it look like something really terrible is about to happen. Yeah. They're like, something huge is about to happen, and they play this dramatic music, and then they show everybody sobbing. And it's the family visit. They're sobbing with happiness.
Yeah, so this is also like a big moment. This is the first time we get a proper family visit in the history of the show, where in season 1, we had Sean's dad on their floating Ponderosa, I presume. And then in season 2 and 3, I think that they had like basically like people like they didn't bring them on location. But Geneva, for the first time, come on out and see your loved ones.
Yes, super exciting moment. I think that it's always great, especially considering they're so disconnected, from the outside world. They're in a completely remote place. They have been suffering, not been eating a lot of food. They've been, voting each other out. They've been getting, no bites, and they've just been going through a lot. So I think that it was definitely a really exciting moment to see, people's, mothers, children, sisters, friends, husbands, wives. It's always good to see the, more human and emotional side of these players, because I think sometimes when we get to the game, we more see that strategic aspect. So I think it's always nice to see the other layers of a game player and, what their life is outside of the game.
But crucially, we did not get that much of it. It's nice to see the people they have in their lives, but compare this to a family visit today. this did not take 35 minutes with Jeff Probst taking time to pontificate about the nature of the relationship between the two people and how it's different from other relationships. This was like, everybody got 5 seconds, like, boom, Nalia, there's your mom, General, there's your sister, boom, Pascal, there's your wife, boom, 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 like 5 seconds per person. Kathy, there's your son, done. All right. It was refreshing that,
you liked it.
We got to meet all these people. We didn't have to spend agonizing, like having them sob at each other. And, it's like, you're curious. Well, that Vecepia is going to get married. Like we know she's engaged. She's talked about that. What's her fiance look like? Oh, there he is.
Leander.
Leander. Good looking guy. Yeah.
Yeah.
And like, you're happy for them. You see how they fit together. And I think that's all we need. We want to see what they look like. I don't need to get to know, like, I don't need to watch them sob on each other for 10 minutes per person to really get it.
Were you guys huge Pat fans?
Patrick?
Yes.
Patrick was hilarious.
Patrick's great.
When he comes to the island, that he is self-describes himself as a preppy and a pretty boy, and
he already does not project that.
Yeah, so I'm glad he told us, because I wouldn't have known. And he talks about like what his friends are going to think when they watch this.
I like that he's just like, this is not an advantage.
Yeah.
Like, this food is terrible. I don't like it here. I want to go home.
And then they do bed. All the work. It just was not a great experience for him. He's just like, I just want to go.
Yeah, but he's totally bringing like teenage kid energy to this. Of like, his mom took him to her workplace for the day. He's like, why are we doing this? This is stupid. Why are we here? Yeah, he's like the Scott Evil of Survivor.
He really is. It's very much, Mom, you're embarrassing me. Why do we have to do this? But the thing I like about this, though, and it's something I think we don't get enough of it, and certainly we don't get it anymore, is when the family visit happens, you then have the person who has won the family visit is now like, they are so relieved to have somebody outside of the game to be their sounding board that they like just start unloading all of their game strategy and be like, well, okay, what should I do here? Who should I work with here? And what do you think about this? What if I did this? And I love watching Kathy like trying to use Patrick as a strategy sounding board. And Patrick's not super into it.
Yeah, he's like, I don't like this about you. I don't like the side of you. She's like, well, I'm trying to win this game, Patrick.
Yeah, I feel like she might have picked the wrong loved one here. If this was but I think she also didn't know this was where she was going to be at this point in time. But you never see this again, where somebody's like earnestly trying to get advice from their loved one on how to play the game. And I feel like that would be me if I was out there. And I think my husband would care about as much as Patrick does.
Yeah. So that I would say there are other times, like even in the next season, when Helen's husband comes and he's like, basically she's like pouring everything out to her husband, and Helen's husband is like, I don't know, I trust you. You got this. Sounds like you know what you're doing. So you got this far. So usually the loved one does not have that much good insight to be able to like give to their person who's playing Survivor.
Yeah, I think you want someone that you can at least like just, you know how it is when you're looking for advice and you already kind of know what you want to do, but you just need to talk it out.
Sounding board. Yeah.
Like, that's the best person to have out there. You can just kind of like outline the whole situation and then come back around to what you know you have to do. But Rob, I think to your credit, you realized it pretty quickly that your family member's not going to help you, and you just have to admit that you're not doing anything she'd like.
Yeah. I don't remember. I don't think I asked my mom for any like advice. I told her, I said that everybody's really mad at me. So I think I said that I think I might get to the end, but I don't think I'm going to win. I think is what I told her. But we'll have the opportunity to revisit that at some point.
Probably in about 2 months, Rob.
Well, we'll see. That being said, the general, the end of the line for the general, the Rotu 4 has completely fallen.
Yeah, it's ironic that he's the last person there, because I don't think he made a single actual game move.
He didn't have to.
Guess not.
Yeah. All right. So when we get to the final five, everybody is like really just very out of it. That the conditions are really catching up to them. Sean is going to win the Saturn View. So good for Sean.
He's really mad that there's not food with this. You can kind of tell.
Yeah. So he's going to win a Saturn View. Does it make it less special than everybody got a Saturn View?
Yeah. And like when I watched the finale, not the finale, the reunion, and when we, saw Rosie be like, okay, if you guys eat this, gummy worm, which we found out it was, you're going to get something. And then everyone gets it. So it's just like, maybe could they have done something different? Maybe, I don't know, given everybody something else so that at least Sean's prize was a bit more valuable. Because he's getting two cars.
Did he also get a car at the reunion?
Yeah, I think he must have got a second car.
Must have,
I've never asked him that.
Yeah, it seems like everyone did it. So
yeah. And this episode is going to be all about, Kathy's decision about what is she going to do. We did talk about this earlier, but it's really going to be between Pascal and Nalia and V and Sean, and things start to get like pretty contentious here in this episode. Like this is not a fun one to go back and rewatch.
There's a lot of stuff that Pascal in particular says that's really upsetting. Like he'd find it sickening if Sean and V and Kathy were the final three, and he makes an allusion to like feeling like he owes something to Sean and V in a sort of an uncomfortable race motivated way, and it's not good. And Nalia kind of backs him up at a point. She's like, she uses the word pukey sick about the other people winning and not her. And that's the one thing I have. Like they use the word sickened over and over again. That's my sole note on episode 12.
And that's the question: why? Why are they feeling? Why would they feel so puking sick if either Sean or Vecepia won this game? Like, what is the issue here? And that's where I just felt really, really uncomfortable with, Nalia and Pascal, like really, really uncomfortable. And I understand that they were, I think, alarmed that maybe the potential they might get voted out because of a certain consideration with like race and identity or something of that matter. But also I think them just dismissing it and saying, oh, it's not an issue, it's not a problem, like, this is a whole guilt thing and all this sort of stuff. I think it just kind of, and then in combination with saying this would be sickening, it for them to win or for them to make it to the end, I think that just kind of put a bad taste in my mouth, and I think made it kind of that aspect of the season hard to watch, especially after seeing them bond with them, and then all of a sudden we had this sort of situation play out.
Yeah. Overall, like this is I think even at the time I felt like this was uncomfortable. Just like the conversation that Pascal is yelling at Sean. I think what does he say, that you're disingenuous? Is that the word that he uses?
Yeah, because that's disingenuous is one of those words that I never heard a lot in day-to-day conversation until Survivors came on, and then it's like all the time the word disingenuous comes up everywhere now. I feel like Survivor sort of brought it into the zeitgeist, and they use the word so many times in this one exchange that it almost feels like it's one of those things you repeat it over and over and it doesn't mean anything. But there's nothing to back this up. There's I don't know why they keep hammering on this point of Vecepia and Sean in particular being fake. Like there's nothing that we've been shown that backs this up at all, and yet they keep saying it. But also, this is the same show that tried to present us with the idea that Nalia was riding Pascal's coattails. So up is down, left is right. Madness.
And so I think that Kathy must have said something to Sean before they go to the tribal council, because Sean like opens up the tribal council and he's like, agitated and, coming in a little bit hot, and not necessarily like in like pitching Kathy, and so Kathy's like wants to listen to an offer, and Sean, like, he doesn't give her a great offer. He says to Kathy that Kathy wins immunity. He says that Kathy should give him the immunity necklace, and then him and V will vote with Kathy, which is not a great pitch.
What's a good pitch here, Rob?
So I was listening to the Evolution of Strategy, where we were trying to figure out what would be better. But I feel like that, should Sean or V privately say to Kathy, like, hey, let's vote out Pascal or Nalia tonight, and then me and you like will vote out, me and you will have a final two. Like, neither of the I feel like the Sean and V talk a lot about like, well, you're just assuming that will take Sean or V to the you're making assumptions about us, but neither of them, I don't feel like, says to Kathy like, Kathy, I want to go to the final two with you. And I feel like that Kathy is looking for somebody to say to her, I want to go to the final two with you.
Yeah, she's the third out of every configuration of people that's left.
Yeah, she's both sides are saying, come to the final three with us.
Yeah, nobody. Yeah, I really think somebody needs to say, I'm ditching this person I'm ostensibly bound to in favor of you.
Yeah, and so in fairness to Sean and V, they're not saying like, they're saying like, oh, we don't know, like maybe we would go to the end with each other, but don't assume that. Where Pascal and Nalia are saying like, no, I have to take Pappy to the final two.
Yeah, and it's almost like, but this is the episode where you start to get a glimpse of how the end game is going to look, because it's a relief in that you've had 3 episodes in a row where you knew exactly who was going home, and it was kind of a slow march. And now here it's going to heat up again. Now these people are going to turn on each other. Now we get to see how it's going to shake out. And I feel like Sean had to be a pretty big threat to win as well, because he could,
I think so.
He could defend, he could plausibly take credit for any number of big game moves.
Yeah.
And he can also argue his point in a more forceful way than I think either of the final two we get actually do.
He would be defiant in the final two.
Yeah.
I wonder though, would that have played better with this group, where that there's a lot of like, where's my apology? I feel like that Sean is like going to be more to say, I won't give you an apology. And I think that maybe V might be able to sweet talk the jury more.
Yeah.
Like, she might be the Chris to Sean's Twyla.
Are they going to be madder at Sean, though? Like, are they necessarily going to be mad at him the way that they were mad at Nalia? Because they were pretty mad. They're pretty mad at Nalia and a little bit mad at Vecepia. But are they going to be as mad at Sean?
Well, now we're getting into like a gender bias question.
Well, that's what I'm trying not to say it without, but that's exactly what I'm saying. Like, are they going to be like, oh, he made a game move?
I mean, I think considering how he was treated by them, I would think it would be hypocritical for them to argue that like, oh, you did this stuff to us, when it's like he was never a priority to them. He had to do what he needed to do to survive in this game. So I think it would be difficult. But then that's also where the challenger we see in the final two, where basically, Vecepia and, Nalia are criticized for what they did in the game. When in reality, it's like, well, they would keep saying, like, the jury members would be like, well, this is a game. But then they would still say that, oh, what you did was bad. Like, you lied to me. And then it's like, but this is first and foremost a game. So then it shouldn't be as, and I think that's where we saw that huge tie of connecting the religion to it and saying that they shouldn't be lying because of the, religion, or it's hypocritical for them to do this and do that. But yeah, I think it's definitely a difficult, this final five is definitely a difficult situation to see, especially because I feel like either way, Kathy's just not in a good spot. But I do think, similarly as we've been saying, it would have been very important for someone to make like a one-on-one deal with her, so that she would feel a bit more secure voting a certain way.
The problem is it's not in anybody's best interest to take Kathy to the final 2.
It's not. Right. And I think that's maybe why V and Sean may have never really said, hey, I'm going to take you to the final 2. Because I think even as we'll touch on with, the 4, even when you think about Kathy's plea, it's kind of weird because I don't really know how it really benefits Vecepia, but I'm sure we'll talk about that.
Okay. Well, ultimately, Sean is going to go out here at this vote. Kathy, after it's over, is still like, I don't even know if I made the right decision. I mean, I think ideally, you'd love to get like, some combination of like, if you could get, Sean is going to be an immunity threat. And then I feel like then if you could sort of like double back and get Nalia out and get to the final 3 with Pascal and Vecepia, I feel like that's probably the best chance where maybe both of them want to bring Kathy to the end.
Yeah, I guess also though, even though like Vecepia hadn't won many immunities up to this point, I think she also is an immunity threat because she came in second a couple times. So
yeah, she won the slingshot immunity, and then she's about to win the immunity at the final 4, where she's going to get the questions right, which is going to set up. Kathy, Nalia, and Pascal come in thinking, all right, well, now we'll vote out Vecepia. And then Kathy feels like her head, then I'll win immunity. And then ultimately go to the final 3. But Vecepia throws a purple rock into those plans by winning immunity. And so now Kathy wants to play ball.
Yeah, it's kind of sad for Kathy that really her only path to the final 2 at this point hinges on winning immunity. So I can see where she's going to take that deal.
Yeah. So Vecepia, she's got the necklace on. What does she care? She's like, oh, sure, I don't care, whatever. Let's sure. If we could break up Pascal and Nalia, yeah, that'd be great. Now, what if we're gonna go to rocks here? Normally, in Survivor future seasons, this tie at the final 4 would be fire making. So in that scenario. Okay. In that scenario, then, so Kathy is making a fire against Nalia.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
I like Kathy's chances here.
Yeah,
I like Kathy's shot.
Pretty good chances.
But I think they make it really clear that they do not know what's going to happen at this tie.
Right.
Like it's only been hinted at, like this has not been a situation that they've been in, because the one time there was a final 4 tie before, there was a vote switch, and so they ended up not having to go to it. But I think they kind of assume it's going to be something like fire making.
Well, I think that Kathy thinks it's going to be trivia
like trivia or something. Oh, sure.
Yeah.
But they just had trivia questions. That wouldn't make any sense. They just had. Well, I guess the tie in Africa was trivia questions.
So,
and that's why she was under that, like, I guess. But then she wouldn't have known. I don't know.
Like
but
the
she
Dr.
was under that
Carl
assumption.
versus Lindsay.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
And then Jeff's like, no, that's not what we're doing here.
Yeah, but she does kind of say, it doesn't matter what it is. It's my best shot, so I'll take it.
Yeah, whatever it is. Okay. I will take the pain. All right. So we end up with rocks. We're gonna go to rocks here, and then they try to like guilt them into switching a vote. Like it's like, okay, well, poor Pascal. Nobody even voted for him, but now he's in this rock draw also.
Why does Jeff get so condescending about the ties when he knows full well that ties are the most exciting TV that ever happens in Survivor? And he still does this.
I think that, and maybe if, because now I think they like ties. So he's come around on the ties. I think it was after Sierra went to rocks in Blood versus Water, then it's like, ooh, now you're really playing the game. You're willing to draw rocks. But at this point, I think that they felt like that it was like the players should be making decisions, and they felt like that they didn't have a good tiebreaker. And I think they felt like that that it's unsatisfying for the audience to have somebody go out of the game on something that's just luck of the draw.
Yeah, and they have said, apparently, or everybody just accepts, I don't know if this is urban legend or what, but everybody just accepts that it was a big mistake to do rocks at this stage of the game. And most people seem to believe that production decided after this point that this should never have happened this way, and that they'll never do rocks at the Final Four again.
I wouldn't be surprised why this season is maybe for some people ranked lower, because they may not necessarily like this twist. And, especially with, Pascal going out when he didn't have any votes against him. It's a tough situation when it's like where you weren't really even the target, but then you end up with the purple rock.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, you gotta like Pascal's chances if he doesn't get rocked out, because I think everybody wants to take him to the final two, because he literally has not played the game at all.
Yeah, I don't know how much that he would be able to mount up a defense at the final tribal council if he's not medevaced out of the game.
Well, that's why I was wondering if the timing of that in a weird way, was interesting, because what would have happened?
Destiny?
I know that sounds weird, but it's just I just think about it. Like, what if he made it to final three or something, and then there was an agreement of a vote? Like, would he have been medevaced?
Yeah, could they have given him an IV and propped him up there to get him to the final tribal council? I don't know. He would not have lasted long in the hands on a hard idol.
No, that would have been a very short challenge.
Would have been very short. But just when is the first fire making at the Final Four? Is it coming in Palau?
Gosh, when is that? No, it's before that, isn't it? The one. Yeah, I guess it must be.
Because they don't have it in Pearl Islands, right? They didn't have it in the Amazon or Thailand.
No, it must be Palau. I know they have it because, of course, that's how.
It happens earlier in the season with Stephanie and Bobby John, and then I think it's Tom and Jen Lyon. I think have fire making at the Final Four in that season. But so sorry, Pascal. He ends up going out, but he's also going to have a medical issue. So that was basically a final destination for Pascal. He's going out of the game one way or the other.
Can I also say, I feel like no one really seriously argued for the vote. I feel like Kathy just was like, oh, we can't do an unanimous decision. It's not going to work. And then they just kind of went to rocks. And I don't know if that was maybe just a cut in the edit, but it just didn't really seem like even within that period of time, they really, one person said something, another person said something.
They may not have said anything. They may not have said anything productive there.
Geneva, I'm thinking if I'm Kathy, I don't want there to be a debate, because I think it might be easy. If I'm worried about Vecepia saying all right, let's just vote out Kathy. Come on, Vecepia. Let's just make this easy. Let's go get out of here tonight. All right, fine.
Yeah, and I mean, that might have been a strategic move for Kathy, which I think ended up worked in her favor to an extent. But I get Pascal's super close to Nalia, but I'm just at that stage of the game, if I'm trying to win $1 million, I'm not going to go. I will vote with the other person just to get to final three and not risk it.
Yeah. So V makes this deal with Kathy, and she's got this partnership with Kathy, and then Nalia is on the outs. And so it's Nalia, she's done for, because now Kathy and V have a deal. They're going to the final two. It's all over. We're gonna have all of our ceremonies and pageantry, and boy, without the voiceover, Jess, this rites of passage is very boring.
Oh my God, it went on forever. And I was surprised. I had forgotten there was no dialogue here. Is that true in other seasons? Is it true prior to this?
It must not come in until later on. I don't know if I know I watched Thailand a long time ago in this rewatch. But I don't remember if they. Oh, I think they didn't have, because I said at the time, I'm like, oh, I bet Brian Heidick had something horrible to say about each one of these people, so they probably had to cut it out.
I could see them muting Brian Heidick, but I feel like I always think of it as they're all struggling to say nice things about people they don't even remember or never had to interact with in some cases. But this was brutal. I was like looking at my phone the whole time.
Aside from Sean and Pascal, I don't think there was really any notable thing. And that was the only time we saw reactions from V and Nalea. And then other than that, we were just kind of like, okay, these random clips of people.
Yeah. And hiking, flashback, hiking, flashback, torch, flashback.
And sometimes we hear from the survivors themselves of like, I'll never forget the time that I, ate all the rice and it was the best moment of my game. And I'll never forget. I'll take that with me for the rest of my days. But nothing, just like, like it was like a Oscars, all the people that, were not around this year.
Yeah. And they treat them like they died.
Yeah. Okay. The in memoriam of the season. But anyway, so we get to the hands on a heart idol, and this is a memorable one. But what V does here is like a real baller move to go from that she has a final 2 with Kathy, and then Nalea says, "Oh, Kathy, your boob is showing," and she's like, "Oh, really?" And then she falls off, and then 5 seconds later, like, "Hey, you want to go to the final 2?"
Is this the first time someone strikes that deal, Rob?
I think so, and I feel like it's not celebrated like it should be.
Yeah, because I feel like it's not only is it the first time somebody does it, it's like the only time it ever works. Like you see it get subverted in Palau. You see Johnny Fairplay try to do it.
Yeah, I tried it. Yeah.
Yeah, you tried it. You're like, hey, Jenna, you want to make a deal? She's like, no.
Like,
yeah. You see a lot of people try. And I think I want to say Vecepia is the only one that ever actually succeeds with it.
Yeah. And it's not even like, hey, Nalea, step down and I'll take you. She's like, hey, if I get off right now, will you take me to the end? She's like, yeah. Okay, good.
I mean, in fairness, that's the play. She has to know that.
And I did it backwards. I did it. I was not thinking clearly. But Geneva, this was like a fantastic, like a game-winning move. I mean, I don't know if Nalea would have taken Kathy anyway, but this was like she locked it in.
Well, I think we actually do hear a bit from Nalea, and she's like, well, I was going to take Vecepia anyway because I think I have a better shot at beating her than I would Kathy. So even if Vecepia didn't even do this, I guess Vecepia still would have been in a decent spot. But I think it was smart because not only would they not just have to, stand out there for hours, in a sense, she could also argue like, well, I didn't have to cut Kathy. So like I, in a sense, even though Kathy obviously took it that way and Kathy was very affected by it, but it's assuring safety for yourself moving forward so you could get to the end. And then that also probably makes Nalea feel a little bit better because she was already feeling, kind of like on the outs between them because they were having these celebratory talks as a potential final 2, V and Kathy. So I think that it was a really, really great move for V. And I really feel like that deserves a lot more credit, but I don't know if it has to do with that there was just a lot of expectation for Kathy to win. So people were super excited. And so when it happened, maybe people weren't necessarily happy about the move. And I guess that's where people kind of use that as the mode of deception where Vecepia was like, oh, well, she didn't, she lied or was deceptive. But the thing is to me is that in the final 4, basically Kathy's like, I won't let you take off your immunity if you vote with me to force a tie. And then I'll take you to the final 2. But I don't really know what that really does for Vecepia aside from really helping Kathy stay in the game. So in essence, I don't really feel like it was much of a serious deal for V because it doesn't really give V anything because V already had immunity.
I mean, I could game this out a little bit because I think what happens is if they just cut Kathy at that point, then V is pretty much if V wants to go to the final two, she's got to win immunity. There's no other way she's getting there. So that's the pitch. It's like this is the one shot she has to have an actual final two deal with someone. Like there's no other way to do that. And I think similarly, you get to the final three and there's no configuration of the final three. Like I think Nalia might squeak out a win against Pascal. She doesn't squeak out a win against either one of these people at the point where that deal is made, because she either can't, she goes up against Vecepia, who makes a really good case, or she goes up against Kathy, who also makes a very good case, and she's also just screwed Vecepia. So the whole thing is going to be about her going back on her word. Yeah.
And I think that's definitely probably maybe what was going on in her mind. But I think also there probably weren't much stakes for Vecepia in that situation, because she was already safe and someone else would be going home. But I think that's probably a consideration she had since she didn't have Sean anymore. And she probably wanted to make sure she could get to the end.
Yeah. And she can't, Pascal's definitely not winning immunity at that final three, but Nalia probably is. Nalia's not taking her.
All right. Nalia and Vecepia are headed to the final two. I didn't love when Vecepia tried to say with the final three tribal council to Kathy. She's like, "Oh, did we have a deal?" I thought it was she's I feel like she should have owned that a little bit more about talking about the nature of the. And Kathy is like, "Yeah, no, I felt like we had a deal. I thought that was that was clear about our arrangement." V is like, I didn't really. Maybe there was a miscommunication.
It's pretty brilliant gameplay, though. I always thought this was something I wanted to see in Survivor, where you can get away with saying you didn't do anybody dirty in the game except one person. Manage to get through the whole thing with your hands clean, and then just get them really dirty on one person. Throw away that one jury vote. It's ballsy for sure.
I mean, V didn't vote Kathy out, so
good point.
That's the argument. She wasn't the one really to eliminate her, so that's the argument that can be made. But I can understand the idea of wanting people to own up to their game moves, even saying, Kathy, as much as it would be great to go to the final two with you, I realize that I would have a better shot not going to the final two with you because you've played such a great game, and I want to be able to argue my game. So I think that might have maybe been a better answer. Maybe would have gotten Kathy maybe a little bit more respect for Vecepia in that situation. But I also think that it's also a great strategy as well sometimes to just be like, well, I didn't necessarily do what you think you thought you heard me say, or something like that.
And in fairness to Vecepia, I don't think that what you're saying has been invented yet. Nobody has thought of that yet. Now it's easy to say that is what you should say, but I don't know if anybody has done that to this point.
I mean, this is a very messy final tribal council.
Yeah. All right. Well,
and half of it's not even questions. It's just
it's so super messy. Well, before we get there, we have to talk about I want to call attention to the moment of they don't get a day 39 brunch, which is some BS. And then Leah has maybe the best line of the whole finale. She looks over at Vecepia. She's like, "You want to burn some stuff with me?" And she's really excited about this. Then they just start burning everybody's clothes. And
I'm not sure
I love the final two bonfire, but I've never seen anybody get giddy about it.
I don't think that the day 39 breakfast is a thing yet. I feel like I'm not sure at what point it comes in, but it's I don't think it's started yet.
Yeah, I guess so. It's been
burning
a while.
Stuff has been with the show from the beginning.
Time-honored tradition. They don't burn stuff anymore.
They stopped burning stuff. They eat breakfast.
Thanks a lot, Fiji. I want both. I want the full B&B.
They should cook on the burning shelter.
Yeah, exactly. Cook your eggs over the remnants of your tribe mate's clothes. Well, that might make them taste a little funky. I don't know.
It was so brutal having them wake up at 3 a.m. on day 38, though.
Oh, that was mean.
Why did they wake up so early?
Torture.
Jeff wanted them to do all that stuff.
Okay.
Jeff Probst is a troll, is why. But you notice he doesn't get out of bed before 8 a.m. for anything anymore.
Okay. Let's go to the final tribal council. And again, it is a night where a very bitter jury. It's a bitter jury season.
Oh, this is like, it's so messy. And I think the best thing is Tammy getting up there. Like Tammy, who you have not actually seen any cause for this to be happening.
A journalist.
Yeah, a journalist. And she's not actually, she wasn't the pivotal blindside. She wasn't, in point of fact, blindsided at all. But she gets up and she has this, like, she thinks she's giving the Sue Hawk Snakes and Rats speech. And she's just like
She
shredding.
did get the Sue Hawk Award by Rosie.
Did get that.
Yeah, well, Rosie, we'll talk about Rosie. She just like shreds them, and she's like, she's mad at Nalia for deciding she didn't want to be in 6th place and making a move to not be in 6th place and like getting greedy.
She said she just wanted to be on the jury, and then she changed her mind. What's up with that?
Yeah, she says,
offered you a chance to make it to jury, and then you decided to be greedy.
Greedy.
Yeah, it's so awful. And the problem is you can't come in at 11. If you are the lead off jury speech, I'm sorry, you don't get to be the closer. You don't get to do the full vitriol because you have 6 other people that have to go after you. It's so ineffectual because she's the first person there. She doesn't really have cause to be that angry. And it just feels so discordant.
Well, let me ask this question: that is the jury, like, is it a bad idea to put like 4 people, like, to vote out the main alliance in the game all in a row and have them be like the first 4 people on the jury, so they are just like gassing each other up for the entire jury portion of the game?
I mean, you've talked quite a bit about like the mayor of Ponderosa setting the tone for the jury and being able to get other people, like rally people to their cause as people come into the jury house. I think there is something to that. But I also think that production needs to make people run through their speeches and questions and sort them. And I think maybe they did.
You
this
think
on
production
purpose.
didn't love this, Jess?
I think production was sandbagging Tammy. Because there's no reason to not put her later on so she can be like fully angry. She comes in with the most righteous fury that's not actually so righteous, and they just sandbag her. It's so mean. Like if she's even the 3rd or 4th person, it plays differently. And also it forces Sean to basically ad-lib his entire response to what Tammy just said.
Maybe they should have gotten an order voted out. Maybe that would have been something.
That's what I thought they used to do.
Yeah. So in All Stars, which I talked about 2 weeks ago, Lex leads off and then also is like super fire, but he was also the first member of the jury.
Yeah, that makes more sense. And it also, if I'm Lex, I'm way more angry than I am if I'm Tammy. I feel like Lex has a lot more cause to be angry. He can point to a lot of really terrible things that were done directly to him, and all Tammy can say is, "You said you were fine with doing worse in the game than me, and then decided you didn't want to do worse in the game than me."
And then she also said that I was going to lie and cheat and do whatever it takes to win this game, and then she gets mad at 2 other women for doing it.
Yeah,
she ends with congratulations. So come on.
Yeah, but it's sarcastic congratulations.
Yeah. Who else stood out to you, Geneva?
Who stood out to me? I'm trying to think. I don't know. I mean, I think it was very interesting to see, I guess, the general. He really wanted his direct answers. And so he wanted to know, what specific decision you've made or action you've taken that most adversely, hurt, I guess, you tonight. And then B starts going on, I believe, that number 1, I don't regret anything I did in this game. He's like, I just want one specific thing. I don't want an explanation. I just want the answer. So I was like, oh, okay.
Is that the first time we see that? Because that's a staple too.
Yeah, so I thought that was interesting. And so she ended up saying, well, what I did yesterday to Kathy, like that whole situation. And then basically we also kind of see that Nalea wants to give that sort of explanation, but he doesn't want the explanation for, I guess, the whole having Zoe and him go and stuff like that.
But she doesn't even have a good answer either, because I think at this point she kind of doesn't think so. She's telling him what she thinks he wants to hear, but she doesn't actually know what a good answer to this would be. So it's like one of those things where somebody comes up and is like in these final tribal councils and says, you know, what's the worst thing you did in this game? And half the time they want you to say, oh, voting you out, clearly. But half the time they want the real answer. I think the general wanted the real answer there.
Yep.
Okay.
I just want the answer. That's it.
Yeah. I like Zoe's answer, which is basically, I should be up there, not you. Which I don't think anybody's had the brass balls to say that in Final Tribal Council.
Work hard, play hard.
Yep.
Yeah.
That's what Zoe's all about. And Johnny Pots and Pans comes in pretty hot too.
Johnny Pots and Pans with his pleated khakis, which I think are the real star of this Final Tribal
Better
Council.
than the general's outfit?
I like that chambray shirt. That's a good look. But I don't know. The khakis, just like the pleats, are so loud. The shirt kind of fades into the background like the faded denim it is. I don't know. It's one of the. It's a real race choice here.
Kathy, in her 2 jury performances, she's usually pretty worked up on the jury. She's more angry here, more disappointed, I think, in All Stars.
Yeah, I think she comes off as very disillusioned in All Stars. She kind of knows that. Like, I think she's really bored with the game by that point. John's question is stupid. Also, by the way.
Yes. What does he ask?
It's the most basic question that anybody asks in a jury. Like, why should I give you my vote?
Yeah.
Ruining your chances of getting your DMs answered.
Yeah. Well, he should have gotten back to me. He left me on red, man.
He's like, you've known me. You knew me for the 24 days. You know who I am. Why should I give you my vote?
I thought you were saying that's what Jess is like saying.
Well,
you knew me.
Look,
you left me on red.
I was very complimentary to John Carroll. I'm sure he's got many other better things to do. He has a rich and full life. He has
goats. Yeah.
I don't blame him at all for leaving me on red here. I didn't expect an answer, and my question was probably stupider than the one he asks here.
Okay. Can we skip ahead to Jeff leaving the Marquesa with the votes?
Yeah, and again, I haven't gone back to these early seasons recently enough to know if this is the first Jeff Probst crosses land and sea to bring the ballots home himself.
So last week in Vanuatu, he had a particularly epic exit from Vanuatu and then jumped out of an airplane. This is sort of like, I think that the beginning of like starting to have like a little more fun with these. But this one was much more awkward. Geneva, that Jeff Probst shares a very awkward, silent cab ride, which goes on seemingly forever. How many times do we have to cut back to Jeff sitting quietly in the back of the cab?
That was just so strange. Very, very awkward. Also, am I supposed to believe he flew on a helicopter all the way from the Marquesas Islands to New York?
Manhattan, yeah.
Yeah, like that just doesn't, I don't know. That was very strange to me. I was laughing during the entire sequence, to be honest. But it was, they want to make it dramatic, saying, these votes are traveling, you're going in a helicopter, it's arriving in, Manhattan, New York City, and then we're taking a taxi, and then we're getting to Central Park, and then there's a large crowd audience, all the suspense. So I think they wanted to make it dramatic, but it just really looked very silly.
Yes. All right, we get to the reading in the votes, and then it's going to be a 4-3 vote. And Vecepia is the winner on a cold night at Central Park.
Yeah, I was reading. There's a long thread of tweets from Dalton Ross the last time he rewatched this, and he said that they apparently gave people space blankets and then took them away as they were starting to film, so everybody was freezing cold the whole time.
Yeah. What was the ice skating rink?
Yeah, I mean, it was the ice skating rink. I don't remember it being really cold during the day.
Yeah, I remember where I was that day. Also, I don't remember that it was cold, but I guess the temperature went downhill at nighttime. They were supposed to have the Survivor of the Amazon finale also in Central Park, but then they ended up scuttling at the last second because of rain.
I remember this because some person on the spoiler boards came in and said that they watched the dress rehearsal. They went as far as to do like a dress rehearsal with stand-ins in Central Park, and then it rained, so they moved it indoors.
Yeah.
And they were pretending, apparently they staged it so it looked like Butch had won.
Oh, perfect.
And they were spoiling it like, Butch is the winner. I'm like, no, he's not.
I mean, what a perfect tribute to Butch it would be for him to win in Central Park, surrounded by trees and all that wood. That would be just a perfect night for Butch. But it was not to be. All right. Rosie O'Donnell. Geneva, we have to talk about Rosie hosting a reunion.
It was something. It was something. I mean, she was very enthusiastic. She brought the music. She brought the Gilligan's Island.
She did.
She rode in on a motorcycle. She just wanted to make this an event.
She wanted to make an event. Jess, tell me, am I out of bounds to say that Rosie was kind of an a-hole to the survivors?
She really had no respect for anything they actually did.
Yeah.
She's basically there to like point and laugh.
Like, ha 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 ha. Like,
yeah, you peed on that guy.
Yeah. Yeah.
And she doesn't ask questions that illuminate anything that happened game-wise. Like, she has no sense that there is an actual game being played.
No, didn't care. It was like, hey, Sarah, I'm glad you brought your boobs tonight.
Yeah, and of course, it cuts over to a very, very drunk Rob Mariano.
So drunk.
The other thing I heard about this is that apparently, ironically enough, Amber Burkett is in the audience here, who at the time she is dating Ethan Zahn.
Yes.
The two of them are in the audience there together watching Amber's future husband drunk on stage.
Yeah. Yeah.
True love story.
It's the modern day. I don't know. It's something. But yeah, it's just Rosie is. I think I get the sense she
watched.
Like a bully. I get the sense she watched the show.
Oh, definitely. Yeah.
Which I don't always think that is true. I don't think Bryant Gumbel necessarily watched the show.
Maybe the first season he might have watched, but Rosie used to have the Survivor contestants on. This is like Rosie O'Donnell at the height of her powers, where the contestants would get voted off and go on her show every week. She'd give them like presents and stuff like that.
Yeah, and Letterman did it too, but Rosie acted like she cared that they were there.
Yeah.
And Letterman like treated them like crap, and then this is the opposite. Like, she should be saying nice things to them. She's just sort of crapping on them.
Yeah. So yeah, she's like going through. Wants to talk about that John getting peed on. Like she's a lot of like whatever like lowest common denominator from the season was. That's where Rosie wants to go.
Yeah, she doesn't really ask about the the two big pivotal vote flips. She doesn't ask Pascal if he's feeling better. She doesn't. Like any of the moments that should have, that could have elucidated some interesting points on the show. She's just like, hey, you two were friends. How do you feel about each other now? And, oh, you two didn't like each other. Are you friends now? And the most surface level things punctuated by, hey, that guy got peed on.
Yeah. She asked, Sean, how are your balls?
Yeah. And she's so loud. Like, it's seriously, I forgot how loud Rosie O'Donnell is. It's been so long since I've watched her in anything.
Yeah. Now, this was a wild night. She rides in on the back of a Colby Donaldson motorcycle, Geneva.
Yeah. She was so, I guess, engrossed in that whole situation. He literally had to say, you have to get off the motorcycle. You have to start a show right now. I don't know. It was a very strange thing. And she's like, Colby, let's hear for Colby. Give me a kiss right here. I don't know. It's an entrance. So I appreciate, I guess, an interesting transition, but it just, I don't know. I just wish that the reunion was a bit more, I guess, not a joke. Like, I think it's good to have some funny moments within there, but I felt like even after just like Vecepia winning, I just feel like she didn't even really, like she kind of like asked her like, oh, how does it feel to win? And then Vecepia mentions like how meaningful this win is to her, especially as the first Black woman or Black person to even win Survivor. And she's like, yeah, this is great, but it just kind of seemed like that was even dismissed, and she's just going on bringing up random things like oh, how this speech or this romance or this person's drunk or this sort of situation. Yeah, exactly. So I think that's where, or like the drama between these two people or this person's smile or this person's looks or whatever. So I think I would have just preferred maybe a little bit more substance within the discussion. But I mean, I enjoyed the ending because it was, fun in terms of having them all get something. But I also wish it wasn't, a Saturn vehicle, just considering, Sean, like they made that to be a whole thing. And then it's like the same prize.
Because that's not a good car.
I mean, I don't know anyone.
Anymore.
I personally don't know anyone.
I mean, it's no Pontiac Aztec, Rob.
It was funny though. As rewatching, I was like,
oh, look,
Saturn,
if you think a Saturn View is bad, wait until you see the Saturn Ion, Geneva.
Oh gosh, yeah, it was. I don't know. The rewards and the prizes on the season were a bit lackluster for me.
Mm-hmm.
Sure. I was going to say, I thought maybe Rosie felt like she was trying to steal Oprah's thing of giving everybody a car. Except this is a full 2 years before Oprah gave everybody a car. This is where
Oprah got the idea from.
Oprah was watching this and like, I could do this better.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Well, after this, that they will hand the keys to the reunion show to Jeff Probst. I get that this was not received greatly.
Yeah, they're going to hold out a box and it's full of keys and like, hey, here, everybody gather around, come get your keys, which took 5 solid minutes.
Mm-hmm.
And then the last key in the bottom is the key to the show, and they give it to Jeff Probst.
Yeah. Okay. You want to take some questions about Survivor Marquesas. This has been so fun to go through everything. This is from Gamble and Dance, a great television show in development. What would be the outcome if Kathy drew the purple rock?
Ooh.
That's fun. I don't think I've ever thought about that.
I think gamed that one out.
So, all right, Kathy draws the purple rock. Nalia still wins the final immunity, and then Nalia and Pascal go to the final 2.
Who wins?
I
want to say it's probably a Pascal win, even though he didn't play the game whatsoever. He just like get up there and say like honor, integrity, relationships, and then they would give him.
Well, do you think would Pascal make the case for Nalia?
Oh,
I wouldn't be surprised.
This young woman is the epitome of what everyone should aspire to be.
Yeah, he used the word pristine in the reunion. I was like, ew.
Mm-hmm.
Especially in light of everything we know about Pascal later on.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think maybe because of the perception people had of Nalia, I think there is a possibility that like Pascal might win, but I also feel like between them, Nalia probably played the better game than Pascal because I don't really know what Pascal did, to be honest. So,
well, if you were going to split the hairs between Pascal and Nalia, Jess, who did actually do better?
Nalia, 100%, because Pascal had to be basically strong-armed into changing his vote whatsoever. He openly said he hated that it was a game, and Nalia actually, it took her till day 24, but she actually did play the game.
Yeah, she was like, come on, Pascal, we got to do this. She wins the final immunity. Pascal won some reward, so I think I would probably give the edge to Nalia.
I think if Pascal comes in gunning for everybody to vote for Nalia and he begs them all to give her the money, I think that's the only way she wins, because the perception was still that she was riding his coattails, even though that's obviously not what we were shown. I think he goes in there and he makes that case. and she wins, and then we all talk about how it's the most dramatic final tribal council ever.
Mm-hmm.
So it could still be good television.
Okay. Kellen Whaley wants to know, other than Sean, who's most likely to play again from this season?
Boston Rob.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think it's close.
No, I mean, I'm even saying this. Like, of everybody, we're filming tomorrow. Who are they going to get? They're going to get.
All right, who's the second most likely to play from this season?
I'd love it to be Sean. He's the person I'd most want to see.
I hope it would be Sean.
Yeah, I think Sean is ready to go. I think that he would. I mean, he is 49, but he's in great shape.
Mm-hmm. And I've loved every time you've had him on the podcast.
Yeah, he's still got it.
He's still following the show.
Yeah. So yeah, I think that he would be good. Kathy is now, according to
66, right?
66. So no, I'm not sure if Kathy gets the call back to go. I think it's probably, unless Gabriel Cade sneaks back in.
I mean, I think Nalia's still following the show. John's still following the show.
John, I think, would still. I mean, he has always wanted to go back.
I would love to see him.
Yeah, I would like to see him back. And I think it would be interesting to see Nalia switch up her strategy as a non-21-year-old and see how she would play the game.
As a 40-year-old mom, it would be amazing to see what she is going to bring to it. And she's had an interesting life. She's had kids. She's run a business. I think it would be really cool to see that in a way that I think, they've tried to have that, somebody who is just out of college on Survivor and then comes back and is like the Kelly Wigglesworth of it all. But I think Nalia would be a much more interesting get for that.
Yeah.
And I think, I think.
Yeah, I think V said only if she had, if it was like a blood versus water type situation and she and her son or something. But other than that.
Well, V said she would have gone for Winners at War.
Right. I just mean at this point. I think
I saw
something her say at post Winners at War.
Should we do the how would V have done on Winners at War question?
Sure. We could do that.
So I talked to Vecepia on Talking with T-Bird right before Winners at War, and we talked about who she would want to work with. In terms of I guess the trick with this is trying to figure out who are we taking out and putting in. Let's just say, for argument's sake, she gets the call over Denise.
Okay.
So she's put her in. Well, let's sub out Denise and put in Vecepia.
Now I gotta look and see what tribe that puts her on.
So that puts her on the tribe, the starting tribe, with Boston Rob, which is interesting.
That is interesting.
How would that fare now?
I think she's gotta be interested in working with him.
I don't know, too much drama.
It's a lot of drama, but it's also, who else does she even know?
Ethan. Yeah.
I think there's an easier time mounting an old school alliance in that case.
Yeah. It's interesting.
What if she goes in instead of Danny Boatwright? That seems like a more one-for-one, very similar games.
Yeah. Okay. And it's still the same tribe. Yeah.
Yeah. And I think she brings more to the table.
Well.
For sure.
Yeah.
The original stealth bomber.
Yeah. I'm saying she was Danny before there was Danny.
Yeah. I don't see a V win, but it would have been nice to see.
I would like to see her play again, but I don't see her going very far.
Yes. Okay. Let's see. How about, Jess, could you speak to Beckett's question? What was the general consensus? I'm sure not talking about Robert DeCanio on Marquesas when it first aired. I know Probst doesn't care for it, but was there positive, negative, or mixed audience reaction to Marquesas?
I think the reception was generally pretty positive. People were happy with the season overall, especially the way that the Dominant Alliance got taken out. It was like, this is a new level of interesting things to watch. But everybody was just honestly perplexed by the win, because in the first 3 seasons, you could kind of look at it and you could say, like, there were people that had like super crackpot theories that ended up being true about the editing of each of the original winners. And there was kind of a game of it, like what kind of, people were already educating this stuff out. And then Vecepia comes out of nowhere and has almost no story and wins. That was perplexing to people, even though they liked her. She was generally a really likable person. People didn't have bad opinions of her. People loved the characters, of course. They loved, they loved Sean. They loved Boston Rob for reasons I can't believe people would come out of this season loving him. I'm glad he got another shot, because otherwise it's the worst. They loved Gina and Hunter. People like Gina and Hunter were like the original Rob and Amber. Like, people wanted them to be dating. They were really invested in this. And it was a different time, because there were people cared a lot more than they do now. Like, we are privy to a very people with a very deep vein of Survivor love and knowledge, and they care about it in a different way. But this was kind of like, this was in the zeitgeist. People were still talking about this. It was on the decline, but you still had a lot of people. You could like stop a random person on the street and they had an opinion about who they thought was going to win Survivor. And that is obviously not true anymore. You stop a random person on the street, they're like, yeah, the people on the street really cared, where they don't anymore, Jeff Probst. But right now, people are like, Survivors, that show's still on. Nobody said that, because of course it was still on. It was season 4. But yeah, it was. There was a lot more, like the casuals. There was a lot less separation from the deep fans and the casuals at this point. Yeah.
I also feel like there was a lot of Kathy should have won sentiment.
Yeah, right. Yeah, Kathy was definitely robbed.
Saying that, so.
Yeah.
And Kathy also got the Best Glow Up Award from Rosie.
Yeah, that flat iron looked like it took a very long time.
All right, let's do one more question. John in DC said, if you replaced Marquesas Boston Rob with Boston Rob at the peak of his powers, what would have he done differently? Could he have placed higher? If you like quantum leaped Redemption Island Boston Rob into Marquesas Boston Rob, what's his ceiling for this season?
He still doesn't win. This is not a season where you can alpha your way through. And he's still, he's still making the same mistakes that he did.
Well, no, he quantum leaped in.
Yeah, I know he quantum leaped in, but he's still going to make those same mistakes. He's not going to do much differently. He'll probably be a little bit nicer. He'll probably be a little bit less of a raging homophobe.
We would hope so. Would he still vote out Hunter?
Yeah, I think Hunter is the genesis.
He'd vote out for Hunter first.
Yeah, he'd vote out Hunter first. Like
Hunter would have gone quick.
The dream team of Boston Rob and Peter Harkey goes all the way.
My mistake was I left Hunter in the game too long.
Should have voted you out first.
Should have kept Peter. That's probably what he would have done.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
That's definitely what he would have done. I think that's the only difference.
And Gina would have been voted out second.
I think he goes out in the exact same spot, though.
Probably, yeah, because he's gonna, although that maybe under his leadership with like all of it, like I mean, he does like lead his team to a lot of victories and challenges. Like maybe he like now knows the ins and outs of the challenges. Maybe that Maramu gets a few more wins.
Possibly, but they're not puzzles. They're not the things that he's good at.
So,
I mean, maybe in the interview, he
still has to do Farfaru. Yeah, that quantum leap isn't going to help.
Yeah, he's not getting any better at that.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Let's jump into our survey question for the week. We will continue answering our feedback questions over the weekend in our Patreon feedback show with the great Miles Nye and Noah Naman on Saturday at robbinswebsite.com/patron if you want to jump in for that. Let's check in with our survey here as we are approaching the 4-hour mark here on this one, the 4-hour Marquesas. Who in this season's the MVP, Geneva?
Who is the MVP? I mean, for me, it's I'm just a huge Sean fan personally.
I would guess I guess the people said Sean. I'd probably say Kathy.
But yeah, I feel like that's
Kathy got 52%, Sean got 27%, Vecepia 14%. What one-time player would you most like to see come back?
Sean.
It's a runaway. Sean Rector, 65%, Vecepia 20%, John Carroll 7%. Which name on this list made you pause and think to yourself, wait, who's that?
Patricia.
Jess, you're on fire. What do they call her? Mama?
Yeah.
It was funny because someone actually wrote like mom, like on the parchment.
Was that just because they didn't bother to remember her name?
Yeah, I think so.
Probably.
I also want to note that in the first tribal council, Peter fills out his ballot. He calls her Trisha for starters. Then he holds it up and he says, "You deserve to stay." It's like, do you really not know how this works here?
So 54% for Patricia, 10% for Peter Harkey, and then 9.7% for Gina Cruz. All right. Most underrated player of the season.
Vecepia.
Yep, that's right. 45% for Vecepia, 16% for Sean, 11% for Nalia. All right. Who got the Kelly Wentworth Award for Best Pre-Merge? Boo.
Geneva, do you have a guess here?
I'm trying to think.
I'm gonna guess Gina, but I have no confidence in that.
I don't know.
Okay. It is Hunter Ellis, 34%.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense.
Gina was right behind Hunter. She had 33%. Gabriel Cade got 16%. Come on, people.
I'm surprised he didn't get the Who's That award.
Yeah.
I know.
All right. We asked the listeners, rate Vecepia's win. 1 being the best winner, 40 being the worst winner. What'd the audience come up with?
33.
20.
Yeah. Geneva's closer. It was 24, 24.2. So in the averages, the tabulator, Kurt Clark, does rank these. So that puts Vecepia's win as the 10th best of the seasons we've watched so far. Right behind Chris at 19.7, Sophie at 20%, and then it's not percent, it's best. Vecepia has 24, and she's just ahead of Tommy Sheehan, 25th best, and Mike Holloway, 26.9th best.
Yeah, well, I guess I kind of forget that the prevailing sentiment among the fans is that Vecepia was grossly underrated, which is the correct evaluation here. But it's just for the longest time she was rated the worst winner by people that didn't know any better.
Yeah, but there's been a lot of winners now. Okay, is this season too high, too low, or just right?
Criminally low.
Too low.
Okay, you're right. 53.5% said it was too low. 34.8% said just right. 21% said it was too high.
These are the people that sandbagged this.
Yes. Okay. All right. 43.5% said it was too low. Okay. All right. Let's talk about what's coming up next. Do either of you have a guess?
People keep saying Australia needs to show up here, but I think it's going to be higher just because of nostalgia.
Yeah, I have no guess. I feel like some of these are being unpredictable. So
okay, all right.
Islands is supposed to come up soon too, isn't it?
Well, it hasn't come up yet. All right, the audience voted, and they think the next season will be Survivor Africa. Okay. Let's tell you what is coming up next Wednesday night as I watch my 20th season. After next week, we'll be halfway there. Okay. Next week, we will talk about Survivor Africa. Yes. We're going from season 4 to season 3.
Okay.
Just going back a little
going
bit.
backwards, taking one step back.
A little less
we're
strategy.
watching the de-evolution of the game from season 4 to season 3. Haley Strong and Lindsay Wilson will be my guests next Wednesday night. So be on the lookout for that. So that should be a lot of fun. People always want to know, where do I rank these seasons in my rewatchability index? Boy, I will say that this, I think I will have it at I'll have it in the new number 5 overall. The 5th best of this rewatch. That I will have it just below The Edge of Extinction, which that, look, maybe it was a low bar. I thought that was fine at The Edge of Extinction. And I'll do one ahead of Fiji. So 5th best of this rewatch for me. All right. Let's talk about what's coming up here on Rob as a Podcast. Hey, I talked to this grown-ass man with T-Bird this week, Rory Freeman. Look, we may have talked about Survivor Marquesas, but we still have some Vanuatu content to check out. Had a lot of fun with Rory. He's doing great. A lot of great insight from Rory on the latest Talking with T-Bird. Twitch Ultimate Trivia is going to be back live coming up on Thursday. Be on the lookout for that. Phil Thompson, Dr. Amanda Rabinowitz, Chris Snyder joining us for the return of Twitch Ultimate Trivia with D. Schoolish. Be on the lookout for that. 90 Day Fiance, Happily Ever After has been going strong. Puya and I are talking about the latest season of 90 Day over on TLC. Check that out every Monday on Rob as a Podcast. And then, of course, for this Friday night, Patron Brand Steel. It's going to be fans versus favorites. A tribe of patron veterans versus a tribe of patron newbies. It will be simulated with Mike Bloom on the latest Patron Brand Steel, one of the weekly activities that we do with the patrons of Rob Has a Podcast. Of course, it's all part of the Patreon program that we're running over here. We've got at least 2 patron podcasts a week in the exclusive patron-only podcast feed, including our Survivor Marquesas feedback show and so much more over at robasawebsite.com/patron. Of course, check out all of the special offers from our sponsors, that if you ever hear something on the podcast and didn't have a pen, you can always go to robasawebsite.com/offers to check out all the special promo codes and discounts that our sponsors have for supporting Rob as a Podcast. Rob has website.com/offers. Be sure to subscribe to the podcast as well. It's so easy to do on YouTube. If you're watching the video version of this, hit the subscribe button, hit the bell to be notified about whenever we go live. And of course, follow us on social media at RHAP Grams. We've had so many of our hosts doing the patron or the host takeovers on the Instagram feed. At RHAP Grams or Rob as a Podcast on Twitter. Thank you so much, Scott, behind the scenes. Okay. Geneva, what's coming up for you?
Well, people can follow me at Peace Love Jen, GEN, on Twitter and other social media. I tweet about reality TV and the other things that are going on in my life. In addition, you can follow me and subscribe on YouTube and Twitch to Silent Podcasts. That's where me, Sasha, and Isaiah, who also podcast for RGP, we talk about a lot of reality TV, anime, Disney Channel movies, etc. Currently talking about the Challenge All Stars with Sasha. So we should have a recap coming tomorrow. So you can check that out then.
Okay. Well, Geneva, thank you for spending so much time talking about Survivor Marquesas tonight.
Of course. Thank you.
Okay. And Jess, what's coming up for you?
Well, every week I've been recapping all things Walking Dead, and it seems like there's just no end to Walking Dead content. Amazingly enough, I have not had a break all year. Every week, Chappelle and I get together. We talk about what's going on Fear the Walking Dead, which has been very fun this week. Sometimes Josh Wigler joins us. This past week, I talked to AJ Mass about his feelings about the season so far. And apparently, as soon as that wraps up, Walking Dead World Beyond will be back. So we'll have that going on. And so you can find us over on postshowrecaps.com. And I am advised that you do not actually have to be watching the show to find the podcast entertaining. So we have a lot of people that are just using our podcast as their way of keeping up with the universe. And I say there's no wrong way to listen to us.
Smart.
We're having a good time.
Yeah. Okay. Jess, so much fun to have you back on the countdown as well.
I'm always happy to be here, Rob. I never get to talk about Survivor enough.
Yeah. Okay. Well, thank you for bringing all of your historical knowledge of Survivor Marquesas to the panel tonight.
I did my best, Rob. It's been so long. This is like literally half my life ago at this point.
I hear that. I get it. Thank you so much for being a part of our coverage as well as a listener. Really appreciate anybody who makes it through these 4-hour marathons. You are very committed to Survivor. So thank you so much for listening and watching the show. Hope you come back next week for our talk about Survivor Africa. Until then, take care, everybody. Have a good one. Bye.